Okay, so we're just trying to get this sorted out for you. Having a little bit of technical trouble at the start here, but we're gonna get this sorted out. So we're gonna go interview for you now and try and see if we can get to the end of that without dying. Firebat interview coming up now. Well, while we're just getting that queued up from our production staff, obviously we're gonna take you through the when we get to it. If you remember about the bands, is two bands, five decks, best of five, and the bands are going to be done in rounds. But we'll let you know a little bit more about that after we get through the interviews. So for up first, it's Firebat.
I'm Firebat. I play for Team Archon. I won a few major tournaments, including BlizzCon World Championship. Um, but overall, pretty casual Hearthstone player.
Why didn't you say that? So, about BlizzCon, how does it feel being BlizzCon champ, and has it changed your life in any way?
Uh, Feels pretty good. Got money in the bank and stuff. But how's it changed my life? I moved into a team house, so now I live with the team. It's been different. It's been very different. a lot. It's a lot different than a normal job, but it's still a job, and you still have responsibilities. So
Definitely.
it's not all fun and games.
So, about moving into actual team house, since not many people in the world, especially for Hearthstone, has the option to do that right now. Do you think that actually improved your game anyway?
I definitely play a lot more, and it's improved my streaming a lot. Being able to live with other streamers and like just actively discuss streaming and have teammates come on your stream and all of that sort of stuff is really helpful for learning how to be a better streamer and streaming more often, just being more motivated to stream, which is really important in any online game because that's how people know who you are is if you're streaming and you're out there on the scene.
Cool. So, in your HearthStats group, there's Dale, CZ, Airy, and Pazwa and Wham. Most of these players are lesser known, but who do you think is the most threatening one?
I think RE is the most threatening one. He's in my playtest group of people that I playtest with regularly. So, yeah, it's
Wow.
gonna be kind of interesting. The other two I've actually never heard of, but yeah, I play with RE all the time.
Last question. If you were a Hearthstone card, what card would you be?
If I was a Hearthstone card, uh, I'd be Doomguard, because not only does it have dashingly good looks, it absolutely crushes the opponent almost every time.
Awesome. Awesome response. Well, it's great talking to you, Firebat, and good luck in the league.
Thanks.
Okay, so that was Firebat. We're, as I said, we're running a little bit late, so we're going to go straight into that interview now with Dale once that's queued up. Our production elves will do that imminently. But Firebat, of course, living in the Archon team house there, didn't look like the cleanest house. And I guess that's what happens when you get a bunch of gamers living in a house together.
Yeah, I think Firebat's 19, so that's pretty reasonable. All right, looks like we got that interview, so let's go to it right now.
So my name is Dale Sazet. The battle tag is Dale Sazet 2596. And I don't know. I am still doing my PhD and I like playing Hearthstone. I guess that's it.
Can you tell us about your thought process during your moves? What are some of the things that you consider before playing cards?
Like, what's the value of the play, and if it helps me in the long term.
There are Posmiwan, Airy, and Firebat in your group. Who do you think will be the most difficult opponent?
Well, if there is a Firebird in our group, I guess it's gonna be him.
How do you feel about facing well-known players? Are you confident or nervous?
Well, I would say neither. I'm not confident at all, but I'm also not nervous. It's like We'll see.
For people who have enough dust to craft legendary cards, which 3 cards would you recommend they craft first?
3 cards. Okay. So would be like the Ragnaros, then probably the Sylvanas, and the third one would be a useful one. Actually, it might be like Defender of Argus, or it has to be legendaries.
Yes, legendaries.
Oh, legendary. So the third legendary would be Doctor Boom right now.
Alright, last question. If you are a Hearthstone card, which card would you be and why?
I guess the Lord Jeraxas, because he has the most awesome tones and everything.
Okay, so that was Dale getting to know a little bit about him and his PhD in nuclear chemistry. Obviously, he is. I think anyone would be lying if they said they weren't most afraid of Firebat in this group. But let's get onto the ban screen and we'll show you the classes for both the players and get that first round of bans in. Okay, so we can see here the first round of bans have already come in. So Dale's Hunter has been banned, while Firebat's Shaman has been banned. I guess Dale may be a little bit wary of those new Shaman blends that Firebat was cooking up.
Yeah, it looks like he's just wary of kind of the unknown. Maybe he's. I think Firebat's shown his Shaman before in other tournaments, but yeah, maybe just worried about the potential that it could have to defeat his decks. I guess I'm looking at Dale's the remainder of his decks. It could potentially, kill out this warrior. Maybe compete with, something like Freeze Mage and the other decks that he's bringing. But I would say it's a little bit of fear ban. But anyway, we have the second ban coming in.
Yeah, so we can see the Rogue of Firebat's been banned and the Mage of Dale has been banned. And we're not sure, I haven't checked what Mage variant Dale was running, but it does seem that maybe he was potentially running Mech Mage and a little bit worried of the Oil Rogue. Similarly, maybe Firebat was a little bit worried of Mech Mage himself, so those have kind of been neutralized a little bit.
Yeah, Mage is always, something to be a little bit, wary about. So, yeah, sides taking out the mage, and the rogue is obviously something that can cause problems, particularly if you ban out the warrior from Firebat's perspective. Looking at what's remaining, so we have it's kind of cut off for us now in this new screen.
So Firebat has the Druid, Hunter, and Mage, while Dale has the Warrior, Priest, and Warlock.
Yeah, so just looking at this, who do you think? I mean, I guess I'll give my opinion in a second, but who do you think came out ahead after this ban stage?
It's difficult to say. I mean, the if it's a Mech Mage, then the Priest can really clean up against that, and if the Hunter is aggressive as well, the Priest could be a very good counter. So, I think Dale's still having that Priest up could potentially be very strong, depending on what kind of Priest variant he's bringing and how proficient he is in playing that. Also, be really interesting to see what Warlock he's bringing. If he's bringing something like a Zoo, that's going to bring a bit of diversity to his lineup. Whereas if it's something like a Handlock or more Control Warlock, he's going to be stuck playing purely Control, and Firebat could just run him over with Mech Mage. Yeah,
absolutely. I think that's the biggest question mark, what that Warlock is right now. If it's something like those more control-y or control-oriented Warlocks, or if it's something like Handlock, then I think Firebat's Druid can have a really good time getting through this lineup. So, I mean, it all depends on what the Warlock is, but just looking at it, I mean, Mage is reasonably against Warrior, not so well against Priest. Hunter it kind of does okay against both Warrior and Priest. I'm kind of intentionally avoiding the Warlock, whereas Druid can potentially do well against all of them. And from Dale's side, Priest can do well against all of Firebat's decks.
Yeah, I was going to say that seems like the most obvious opening is Druid versus Priest, and then whoever wins that is going to probably take control for the series. But we're going to jump into the game for you right now. Begin. Actually, the Hunter of Firebat that we're going to see here on the bottom, and then it's Dale on what looks like Handlock on the top there. Handlock for the first time this tournament, we're seeing it.
Yeah, Handlock could definitely be a strong deck. It kind of fell out of favor for a while. I mean, it's been it's one of the oldest archetypes in all of Hearthstone. I mean, even the Zoo, like the earliest incarnations of Zoo, was running things like Jiraxis. So as far as this kind of handlock, it's been here for forever. Maybe people are getting bored of it, but still pretty strong. And it's definitely capable of defeating Hunter. It's not the crazy one-sided matchup that it was, at the beginning of Nax Ramus. So this is going to be an interesting matchup. I mean, Firebat has a reasonable start with those 200 creepers, but it's not putting a lot of pressure damage-wise. So Dale's free, just life tap away.
Yeah, it feels like this is probably a slower version of the hunter. Those hunter creepers aren't usually found in kind of the hyper aggressive hunter, but we do see that abusive sergeant there again. We talked about that with Gara yesterday. Abusive sergeant can be a really useful card on the hunter to power up those hunter creepers or the spider tokens, or even unleash the hounds to push in some extra damage when necessary.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to get that extra utility, and Firebat's doing a really interesting play, going for the freezing trap instead of just killing that off with an owl. It's a very interesting play to me because either, I mean, it obviously shuts down this Twilight Drake, and it does similar things to an owl anyway. But I guess that's kind of what an owl to like now he can use the owl to just kill it straight off. Maybe just bait out the fact that he can do this. And yeah, now he can use the hounds, and then now use the owl. So Firebat's definitely, he does this a lot where there's like an obvious play in the minds of people who just kind of like look at, it's like, oh, Twilight Drake, oh, silence. But he definitely thinks about Hearthstone in different ways sometimes, and this is one of those examples where being patient and not going for what seemed like the obvious play is really looks like it's paying off right here.
Yeah, because not only is he going to be able to kill this Twilight Drake, he's going to be able to get rid of this Sun Fury Protector taunt effect, or it probably will get bounced back to Dale's hand. But he's going to be able to deal with that initial taunt. He's going to deal with one of the Molten Giants on turn 5. And those early Molten Giants, you can see the second one is actually still in the hand of Dale. And that's a pretty fortuitous opening against an aggro deck.
Yeah, definitely. So this match right now is, I would say, somewhat even with Firebat and a slight lead, but the fact that Dale can get back a Sun Fury Protector and taunt up another Molten Giant, a big deal right here.
Is that what Firebat's thinking of when he doesn't trade for the Twilight Drake here, trying to hope that Dale will maybe bounce the Twilight Drake rather than the Sun Fury?
I think he's thinking that no matter what he does, it's just going to be, kind of bad. If he leaves with the
so that
Twilight
Sun Fury
Drake,
comes back into hand. We could see maybe a Molten Giant Ancient Watcher taunt here.
Yeah, Shadow Flame is another thing that he could do. It's part of what he was thinking, that no matter what, there was a bad option potentially, or there's a really bad outcome for Firebat if he allowed it to happen. For example, the Shadow Flame, or getting a huge taunt up. So he was just like thinking, well, I might as well get the damage in if I don't know what's in his hand.
Yep, so we do see the Shadow Flame come down and clear the board, and the second Molten Giant. But looks like Firebat may just equip the bow and try maybe just push for damage and here.
Yeah, either play is reasonable, going for the Pilot Shredder or going for this bow right here. The advantage of the bow is that he can either top deck the win, or if somehow, at the very least, that Sun Fury Protector costs 4. So if he puts up the Sun Fury Protector, then maybe he can just kill him in 2 turns, and it's kind of expensive, and then Dale needs some sort of healing. So at the very least, he has that going for him. If there's bad draws on Dale's side, but then again, he can also like top deck the win as well. So he's also making Dale actually think about it. Like maybe he goes for some like Siphon Soul on this Molten Giant, thinking that he's gonna die next turn because there's kill command. So definitely could be mind games as well going on right now.
Sure, that's just what I was going to say. I mean, one of the things that Firebat's not doing here is playing a minion because he's playing around. And you try and bait a guy into siphon sowing his own minion. That's some pretty good mind games. But Dale does have to put up a taunt here or heal, or he's going to be dead this turn. But it looks like it's going to be the Sludge Belcher. Kill command off the top would be enough. As Alchemist opens trade Prince Gallywix, congratulations to him. But we'll see if anything comes off the top for Firebat. Animal Companion, that's probably not what he needs.
They're just gonna go for some protection right now and get his opponent down even farther. I mean, I was gonna say little does he know, but he probably knows that there's a decent chance there's healing. He's just kind of hoping that there's no healing here. But there comes the Siphon Soul. Only three healing. So Firebat still has the chance to top deck that kill command, which we know happens all too often.
Absolutely.
But,
with the kill command, the hero power wouldn't even be necessary because he's the animal companion now.
Yeah, definitely.
But this game's certainly going to come to a conclusion fairly rapidly.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, he needs Misha right now. I think to.
Gets Huffer.
Oh wait, yeah, he can still live off this. I believe. So let's see. Does Dale have lethal coming up here after this?
He has dark. Yeah, I think he does because he has Dark Bomb in hand. So yeah, Dark Bomb.
Yeah, that is
right.
Okay.
Is going to be enough, and that is going to be game number 1 for Dale here on the handlock. Not really a archetype we've seen a lot of recently, but he's going to take game number 1 against the world champion here.
Yep, definitely some strong play by Dale. Unfortunately, Firebat didn't get the draws, and I did like his play though. I did like what I saw. Oh, you guys are webcams on. I did like what I saw from Firebat in one of those plays. Like it's in particular waiting to silence, getting all the value out of his as well as Al as much as possible. I think it was pretty good. Unfortunately, he ran into not like the perfect hand, or not like some crazy, luck from Dale, but he definitely a pretty solid hand. He didn't have a turn 1, 2, or 3 play, but he had from there it was very, very solid going with the Twilight Drake into the Sludge Belcher into having both Molten Giants as well as Taunt and Siphon Soul for that last critical healing.
Absolutely, and that really did, as you say, Firebat really pressed his advantage early on and got the value. But we're going to go into game number 2 and see whether it's not the Mage or the Druid of Firebat that he's going to answer this handlock with.
Shall be mine. I must protect the
HearthStats Champions League Season 1, Group C, Dale CZ versus Firebat.
Okay, so it is the Druid of Firebat, and that seems like the most sensible option at this point, D2.
Yeah, Mage, it's a little bit risky. I think what Firebat is thinking of here is I feel like I'm better than this guy. I want to outplay him. And Mage just seems like, well, if I don't get the right start, or if my opponent has the right answers, for example, Hellfire, which usually can kill most of Mech Mage's board / Shadow Flame, then I basically just can't win. There's just some answers that Handlock has in its possession or in its arsenal that you cannot win as a Mech Mage. So he's just saying, okay, this is more of a skill game. I can kind of play to my strength, which is my strong decision making. Go with the Druid. It's like and let's just try to play this guy.
It's interesting that Dale's opted for the Ancient Watcher here rather than saving up cards for the Twilight Drake. I guess he is on the coin, so he does need to play something early. Gets the Mountain Giant as well. That's going to be absolutely crucial. And in hindsight, playing that Ancient Watcher, now he's drawn into Mountain Giant. That's a pretty good decision on the part of Dale.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's definitely, it can go either way. Opting to play out the Twilight Drake at a certain time can kind of, I mean, obviously you can get Keeper of the Grove, and depending on if Dale or if Firebat had something like Wild Growth, they could get killed pretty easily. So Yeah, that's actually a really interesting decision by Firebat to reveal that shade, and then it just gets dark bombed away.
Especially as he
Uh,
saw a double dark bomb in the deck in the last game.
yeah, definitely. I think he was just trying to prevent a turn 4 big minion, but he has answers anyway. I mean, it kind of makes sense. As long like the more you delay handlock, the more clunky their hand starts getting. And it's like now his play is even further delayed. He's gotten the damage in, and now he can just play Big Game Hunter or whatever, just take out some of the big guys. But Dale playing pretty smart here, just going for those big 5/6 taunts, which are just so hard to get around. He's thinking like, well, my opponent's gotten the initiative. He's gotten the first play every single time, and he's gotten and if I play something like Twilight Drake or Mountain Giant and it gets countered here, then I'm pretty screwed. So why don't I just play these big fat taunts that he has to answer? And even though Black Knight's a good answer, I mean it doesn't feel the worst, taking out a big 5/6 taunt even though it can't attack. But it's still he'd rather. I mean it's still annoying for Firebat. Let's just put it that way.
He'd definitely rather have used that Black Knight on something like a taunted Giant or a taunted Twilight Drake rather than a taunted 2-mana minion, but he really needs to try and push through this stage and get through this first line of defense that Dale's put up.
Yeah, and I think this shows a little bit of respect from Firebat for Dale. He's saying like, okay, I think you're pretty good. I think you're not, amateurish enough to taunt up a giant, unless you're completely desperate. And I don't have a way to make you desperate in the near future anyway. So let's just go for this nice, clean play. It's a nice bit of tempo. So yeah.
And it looks like it is going to be that Mountain Giant coming out that's obviously immediately going to get BGH'd. But that is the BGH gone. I wouldn't imagine a second copy of BGH being run in the deck of Firebat. And these, the second, third, and fourth Giants, those are the ones you really have to worry about in handlock.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm not sure if Dale thought this far ahead, but if he did, then kudos to him. Playing the Mountain Giant right when Firebat was capable of playing the Ancient of Lore. And sometimes if they had, put something like a Twilight Drake on, maybe you can play the Lore anyway. It's like, okay, what doesn't matter. I can just there's other uses for my Silence for my Keeper. So I don't care. It's a man efficient thing. I'll do that. But with a giant on board, it's kind of just iffy to just throw out that lore out there and just have it die, or just have it immediately put on the board, which is not favored.
You definitely can't ignore it, and he's gone for the double Wrath cycle on the Ancient Watcher. It's going to trade with his taunt. Interesting trading the taunt rather than the Black Knight, not keeping the health on his taunted minion.
Yeah, I think I agree with this. You can obviously get that Mortal Coil away, but there's only so many Mortal Coils in the deck, and Firebat probably figures he's going to have a minion with 1 health later on. It's going to be annoying.
Dale's looking at Hellfire here.
I think he might have used Hellfire. Are we having an issue with the production? Oh, no, just kidding.
Nope,
that was
Hellfire's there. And there you go, there's the Hellfire.
I'm sorry for production. I didn't mean to blame you.
And it looks like it's going to be a coined out Twilight Drake, and Dale's reset the board, taking the initiative with the Twilight Drake, and there is the Keeper of the Grove in hand, but no...
That's an echoing news.
Yeah.
I haven't seen
news. And that's going to come straight out from Firebat, I guess, to build up some board presence.
Yeah, because you can just use it here. I would not be surprised if that was a one-of. Because sometimes you have one last card to put in the deck for Druid, and it's like, well, I kind of need a 2-drop in here. What can be good? And that can be a nice threat to Savage Ore. And even in the late game, like right now, it's a threat to Savage Ore, and get all that extra damage in. Unless there's another AoE coming out from Dale here, so I would definitely not be surprised if that was one of. And in this case, it looks pretty solid.
Yeah, this is a kind of a difficult turn for Dale. He does have to play around the combo because he knows he's coming up to turn 9, but he's got the Sunfury Protector, he's got the Sludge Belcher, and it's likely going to be some kind of taunt coming down here. Would you probably favor the Sludge Belcher in this situation?
Yeah, I mean, okay, well, you have calculate the damage as well. And normally Sludge Belcher is such an amazing card against Druid because it's just so hard to get around the fact that it's an odd, or its health is odd, and all of the attacks that come from combo are even. So you have to run 3 of your attacks into it. But I think this might be game, if I'm not mistaken here, because of the fact that those oozes. Oh wait, are we sure? I think he just missed lethal. Pretty sure that was lethal.
Ooh.
Because one ooze runs into it, then he runs his face, then he hits it with the other ooze, and then and then he has all of his force and nature treants to go to face with. Yeah, Firebet just missed lethal.
Okay, so that's fun. Even happens to
I
the
mean,
World
he
Champion.
did make the best play possible, given that he missed lethal, because there's nothing you can do about this Lotham. Even if you put up a huge taunt, he's just gonna get through it. But wow. Okay, it's like one of those rare times because I'm usually the one that misses lethal, right? So one of the few times that I caught it and someone else didn't.
So many possibilities.
I don't think I'm not sure he did miss lethal because wouldn't it have taken? So he was on
The fact
16
that-
health.
He was at 18, right? So one ooze goes into it for 3, and then he goes into it with his face, and then he goes into it with the other ooze. Oh wait, he went at 16. Yeah, maybe you're right. Okay, maybe I'm totally crazy.
So many possibilities.
Well, because he would have had the keeper as well.
Yeah. So okay, he
So
would have
the two
been.
oozes
Yeah, he
in
would have had.
face.
Yeah. So I'm kind of sorry. I counted the face damage twice. I think.
Yeah.
I think
So he would have been able to do 16 damage, not 18.
Okay, so my bad.
But this is going to be lethal
I
now.
tried to catch lethal, but I was an idiot again.
This is definitely going to be lethal this time.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're going to see 2 go to clear the giant, and the rest all going into face. And Firebat is going to level up the at 1-1.
Yeah, so I assume that Fireball was counting the entire time, and just I'm pretty sure he saw that it wasn't lethal.
Firebat better at counting than you. I was skeptical
better
for the record the whole time.
It was an honest mistake. I counted the face damage twice. My bad. It just seemed like so much damage. That freaking Sludge Belcher though, it's like just stops combos right in their tracks. But yeah, definitely a good play by Firebat, and also a good pick. I would like to add because people I think would have gone with the Mech Mage there, because I mean you've seen a lot of times where it just snowballs into a victory over Handlock, but definitely the safer play I think was going for that Druid.
Absolutely. So the warrior and the priest are available for Dale. Which would you favor here against the druid? I guess both these matchups are kind of okay. They're fairly even depending on how the draws go.
I think warrior is a pretty. I mean, it's a better matchup than it was before, but it's still a definite underdog, if not like a severe underdog. So I would definitely have to go with priest in this situation. If druid gets a fast start, priest has a really hard time catching up. But I mean, the same can be said going the other way, because priest can just be really just get so much value out of its cards, and druid sometimes doesn't have the removal to get rid of the high health maidens that priest possesses. So it just kind of depends on the start that either class has, and yeah, I mean it could definitely go either way. Whereas warrior, it's I would say it's at least a 55-45 favorite for druid.
Okay, well, let's take you into that game right now.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1, Group C, Dale CZ versus Firebat.
Okay, so it is the priest for Dale. We see things like Cabal Shadow Priest, Holy Fire Sludge Belcher. This looks very similar to the kind of build that we saw from Dark Onyx yesterday.
Yeah, as far as priest goes, there's not a whole lot you can do to mix it up. I mean, there's a few tech cards in here or there, but it's usually the same. He does throw out that Pyromancer right away, and I suppose this is okay. And the only problem is that if Firebat has something like Innervate Keeper, it just gets shut down pretty hard, and you can basically get no use out of it. Whereas, I mean, you can kind of do crazy things with Powered Shield and potentially even Leth and Naru, to get the value of the. He's gonna go ahead and go for the tempo, which is very, very important against Druid.
And looks like he's gonna throw down Ninja Blade Master here all by itself as well. Say, all about getting that early tempo and making sure he has an advantage and going straight to face here.
Oh, I was not expecting that.
And he has, you could see coming to hand there that last turn, a Golden Vol'jin or a Goldjin. Yep.
The puns are real. Isn't here yet.
Yeah.
But okay, so looks like we're gonna go with the keeper. I'm also surprised he didn't go for this. The keeper, you get the minion on board. It's something.
Oh, and the circle comes into hand. Well, definitely killing the Blade Master was the right decision that turn.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what, you have to. It's just way too threatening. I just figured because that Pyromancer is pretty threatening. But Firebat making a good read that he didn't have any follow up on turn 3, and the injured Blade Master came from not the top deck or not the very right side of his hand. So that was the play that Dale was going for all along, and that there wasn't any special reason for playing this Pyromancer. So he's okay. If I just play out this keeper right now, I basically just have your board beat. I don't have to go for this fight quite yet.
Well, not a great turn for Dale here. He's going to be able to heal his Pyromancer back up. And it's still going to... Wrath comes into hand as well, which is going to be very useful to deal with these early threats. But a second keeper is going to come down. What do you think about this? Using the 2 keepers very, very early on.
Yeah, he's definitely just going for the tempo at this moment. These are actually pretty reasonable targets for Vol'jin if you think about it, because a lot of the things in Druid, I mean, I guess Druid the Claw would be a little bit better, but a lot of times when you take something, for example, like a Loatheb, you're basically just letting it die to the Loatheb anyway, because his attack equals its health. So that's something that he can... This Sludge Buster definitely contest a little better, and it's right before Black Knight could potentially be in hand, so yeah. But anyway, to answer your question before, I mean, yeah, he's just going for the tempo with his keepers, and probably just kind of avoid any sort of Cabal shenanigans too early. Like sometimes if you play keeper later in the game, that's kind of like your only turn. You play the keeper, maybe like a Wrath or something, and then all of a sudden it gets stolen, and it's just like a huge tempo play. Whereas this is not quite as bad, but still bad as we can see.
Harvest Golem, a great target for Cabal Shadow Priest.
Yeah, that's why this hasn't turned out so well for Firebat. What do you do from here? What do you think?
Well, it's difficult because it doesn't feel good to maybe even to swipe the Cabal and trade, but I guess you could swipe and use hero power to clear the Cabal and then maybe just push the advantage and go face. Or trade for the first part of the... That would be the other option.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to clear the board using his keeper. He's going to leave a 2-1 on the board. It's, yeah, the issue with leaving priest minions alive is that you can't, I mean, the priest can just get really optimal trades and then, heal them back up, and then all of a sudden, like, Druid just doesn't have very good removal. So when priest heals back up, it's really painful for Druid. And this is why this is such a... So it can just snowball pretty hard. And it's one of those matchups where if Druid's not close to killing the priest, then it really can't go for face as much as in other classes, in other matchups, because the priest can just, get so much value. And if it doesn't have to worry about its face damage, then it just, makes its minions count so much.
Sure, the Arcanine to clear the Keeper of the Grove there is a good threat. We talked yesterday about the importance of clearing Keeper of the Grove pretty much as soon as it hits the board, but Firebat unable to resist the turn 7 Ancient of Lore, and it's hard to blame him.
Yeah, and ping here, which would be devastating in my opinion. But I mean, we used the Shrinkmaster, which was something we did not see in Dark Wanda's deck yesterday.
No, didn't see it coming out of a Shredder, but we didn't see it in actual play. We talked about that. We did talk about that, I think, maybe on the first day, about Shrinkmeister being a card that a lot of people are quite excited about, but it hasn't quite found its way into the archetype yet.
Yeah, people just found that it's the fact that you need to use 2 cards to get a combo off. Like, it can be devastating, but then the Shriekmeister just dies anyway. So you're really just you're trading like 1 for 1 essentially.
Well, this is a pretty good trade with the Vol'jin here, getting up to 6-5 and using the Okanai to finish it off. That's a pretty good use of Vol'jin. Again, we've talked about Vol'jin already as being a card that's quite difficult to make work.
Yeah, this is one of the best places to use it, especially with the Akanai already on board. I mean, since there's no Innervate in the Priest arsenal, obviously, this is like basically the one time you're ever going to see. The only time you're ever going to see this combo is with Akanai already on board, unless you're holding to your coin the entire time. Yeah, Firebat in a little bit of an awkward spot. He could have cleared the board with Force of Nature, Innervate Swipe, but he's probably correctly assuming that the only way he's starts getting the damage into the face, and his Shade is to get to do that.
Do you see the Mind Control coming into hand? There is a circle, so we could see some sort of clear here, but he would, if he wants to clear everything, he'd have to sacrifice probably his Akanai. But as you say, the Mind Control coming into hand, Sylvanas. There are some options for the Priest, but nothing that feels too great on this turn.
I highly doubt he's going to use Circle. If he was going to use something, it would be Holy Nova. Ping the Haunted Creeper, Holy Nova. Hurt your guys for 2, but get rid of that Shade threat right away. Oh, so he's going to ping face and start going for face. This is a really risky play, I would say. How much damage? Oh, is he going to circle like that? No, he's not.
No.
So how much damage would Firebat actually have if he had combo? With the Shade, he would 18, and then with he would have 22 damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, so not quite enough to kill him. And
he has
so that's
14 available to him right now with the Swipe and the Force of Nature.
So this Sylvanas play is kind of interesting because with this shit, like Sylvanas is kind of interestingly one of the counters to Shade, because unless you have a silence, it's just like, well, now my Shade can't get big anymore. Looks like he's gonna
trade for the Vol'jin.
Is he gonna trade his Shade away as well?
No, it looks like it's going to be possibly the full Force of Nature into the Vol'jin, and the other 2 are going to go face. Is he going to reveal the Shade? He might be thinking. Yeah, actually, I think he's thinking of a Swipe here to kill off the Akanai and the Vol'jin.
Interesting.
That works out pretty well.
Okay, so he's thinking that if he draws Savage Roar, although now he can heal his face, or now Dale can heal his own face, which allows him to get out of range of that combo, potentially, because now it would be 20. He heals at all, if he heals his face at all, and he just saw the Innervate as well, so that makes the possibility double roar even less likely. I think we're probably just going to see a Dr. Boom and heal on the face here.
Yeah, this series is not particularly comfortable for Firebat, and that Dr. Boom coming into hand for Dale is at this point to really press the advantage on board. There's nothing for Mind Control, there's nothing in a Shrinkmeister. Holy Nova doesn't feel great now that Shade's out of range of it. There really wasn't any other play in the hand for Dale.
I must consider.
Yep, and even if this gets Big Game Hunter, he just, Game Hunter, so it's not the biggest deal, even if this gets killed off.
Even if it does, he still wouldn't deny the lethal. Oh, he will if he plays Lotheb.
Oh, that Lotheb's kind of big. He still can play Holy Nova though, so that's something.
Yeah, that's true. So even if the Lotheb and the Dr. Boom come down here, and so Firebat would have 7 damage on board and 2 in hand. So even with the hero power, Dale would have 7 damage on board, 9 damage on board. So even with the hero power, Firebat wouldn't get himself out of range here.
Are we talking about? Oh, we're talking about him not dying yet. Interesting. So see what he goes
I've
for.
got the beast in my sight.
So he's gonna, yeah, he's like, looks like, okay. So yeah,
Okay,
he's
so
gonna
he's
have
going to trade. Yeah, he's going to trade into the bombs.
Yeah, sorry, I was looking at the lethal potential for Firebat in a couple turns, but yeah, definitely he's low. So that's.
Is he going to
I
hero power
definitely-
this bomb? This bomb is going to be absolutely crucial. If this goes to face, this is going to be it. If it goes to face for more than if it goes to face at all, it doesn't. It hits the shade. So Firebat reveals the shade to push in possible, but Firebat possibly expected a Holy Nova in hand. He was very hesitant to use that bomb. Obviously, things like Holy Fire as well, which aren't playable with the Lotheb. But those sorts of things are really going to mess him up if those come into hand next turn.
Yeah. So what does Dale do from here? Because it's pretty scary. Because he's definitely. I mean, he could still die, to some sort to combo coming up here if his Sylvanas takes the wrong minion, for instance. I guess. Well, maybe it's not possible. Maybe you know what? Maybe he just takes a 1/1 and is just content with that. The fact that he could just mind control whatever comes up next turn, and he has a huge card advantage. That might be what he does. Like, screw it. I'm just gonna hold it over here. I'm gonna run my Sylvanas into this remaining Lotheb. I'm gonna take the 1/1, and I don't really care because I have card advantage. What do you think about that play?
I think that's certainly a good play to win in a couple of turns. I guess if Dale's thinking maybe about winning, you might just go face with the Sylvanas to win as quickly as possible, perhaps. But yeah, I feel like trading into the Lotheb is probably the safest play here.
Yeah.
See what
Okay.
the
So
steals.
he's gonna trade something better than Oh, this is pretty. Oh, he's gonna heal his face. He should heal his face. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
so he does heal the face.
So that he gets out of combo range. So yeah, that was, if he's gonna Holy Nova, it would have been better to trade first. Absolutely. But would it have been better to trade with the Shade? Maybe not, I guess. But I don't know.
think. Yeah, it's difficult. I guess like which minion is more powerful that you're leaving on the board. Are we just going to see a mind control in this taunt here?
Is there any way you can manufacture lethal here? I mean, obviously, if he gets something with the Thought Steal, he could. But yeah, probably just taking this is the safer play.
Yeah, we can push 5 damage in. Yeah, he's going to circle, in fact, and I guess if he's going to circle, he's possibly going to trade. Yeah, he's going to trade with this Shade here.
Yeah, unfortunately, the circle heals up the Shade as well, so he has to use the second part. And there's the combo. Found it, guys.
Just trying to think. So there's 6 damage on board, 2 damage in the hand. Firebat, he's going to hero power here, so he's going to be 2 health away from dying at this point.
Yeah. In any case, it's looking pretty bad. Well, I guess not that bad for Firebat. I mean, it's just. I guess the point is that he can take out this Black Knight, and then, or Dale is who I'm referring to. Dale can take out this Black Knight and be out of combo range. And Firebat only has 3 cards, so he can't possibly have the 4-card super combo. Looks like he's reaching for this Thought Steal. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, reaching for the Thought Steal, I think, so we've seen 1 Savage Roar come into hand. I think there's 1 still in the deck, so if it comes off the Thought Steal, and that's going to be enough to seal it.
Yeah, it looks like it's lethal, right? I mean, 5 on board, 5 plus 6 is greater than 9, so... for the light! Is that what he says? Is that what the priest says when he says?
Well, we can't hear it, but it doesn't really matter, because he doesn't need to attack. But, so that's going to be 2-1 to Dale, and Firebat is going to be down to his mage here. He's going to have to win 2 games with his mage on the bounce. He's going to have to beat the priest, and then he's going to have to beat the warrior. How well do you think what do you make of the chances of the mage to clear the rest of these decks out?
It's a little bit dicey. Hashtag dicey. So priest definitely has. I mean, actually, I shouldn't say definitely, but it at least has a reasonable matchup against it, if not favored. Warrior is a slight underdog. I haven't seen too many mage versus priest matchups. Haven't had. All right, so it looks like we're going into the game. We can talk about that later.
shall bring victory.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1. Group C. Dale CZ versus Firebat.
Okay, so we see a really good start for the Mech Mage here. Double Cogmaster, Mech Warper, Snowchugger, but there is a Circle combo for the Priest. So not the worst response, but certainly the Mech Mage has drawn the tools that he'd be looking for.
Yeah, definitely. And one of those tools is, that shadow. And he even gets the Northshire Cleric. So it'd be interesting to see what he goes for here. Probably just Showered Pain and not do anything else. He's not gonna leave that Northshire Cleric out. But next turn he can go into some pretty crazy stuff with that. That plus the Cleric, plus cycle while he's making his Blade Master big.
Yep, double Cogmaster on board here with the Snowchugger. So even though the Mech Warper is gone, things are still... I would think we're going to see, Coin Blade Master Circle for a card and a 4/7. There are very few more as a Priest than being able to circle your Blade Master while you've got a Northshire on board this early.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think he picks up the Mind Control here, which is the last card he wants to see right now. One bad thing for him is that, he didn't get to use the circle with his Akanai. Definitely want to see that, but we do see Holy Smite come into hand, which is nice as well. Okay, so what does Dale do in the situation?
What does he do? Well, he's got a Holy Smite something, I guess. Maybe one of the Cogmasters and trade the Blade Master with the Snowchugger. He doesn't want to freeze his Blade Master, though. It's looking very difficult very quickly. That Fireball in hand is very scary.
Yeah. This is the power of the Snowchugger. It seems so innocent, It's just like chugga 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 chugga. It's like such a cute little guy, but even against the Priest, even against the class that doesn't have a weapon, it's just like you're like this it's the most obvious thing to hit with a Blade Master on paper, but then it's like, wait, my Blade Master just gets frozen. So yeah, anything he does, and you really don't want to hit that Cogmaster too, because it's like artificial 3 damage, right? So, but he's gonna go for that. I think I agree with that play. He's gonna heal his face. I guess
That's interesting. Yeah,
he wants to get traded into. I think that's a little bit of a scared play to me. I think the more that Blade Master can trade favorably, the more he's gonna help his own life total.
I guess he sees this. He has the Sludge Belcher in hand, so he is going to have some more defense coming up this turn. But yeah, when the Blade Master is kind of your only line of defense against these aggro decks, it can be very important to just keep your Blade Master as healthy as possible for as long as possible.
Yeah, I don't think it was quite time yet to start healing your own face, because he was at high enough health where you just get extra value out of this Blade Master, and that Mirror Entity, it seemed like it was not the best card because you obviously just want minions most of the time in your Mech Mage, and he hasn't gotten any Mad Scientist yet. But in this case, it ended up coming at a pretty reasonable time, right when the Sludge Belcher might come up and such. Firebat, he would definitely take a Sludge Belcher. He would welcome that Sludge Belcher with open arms to his side of the board.
He definitely would, and really probably seal that. The Mage is away with it at this point. I see that Mirror Entity. There are no small minions in the hand for Dale, even like a Northshire Cleric to give over. Dale's going to know this is Mirror Entity, but he really has very little other choice.
Yeah, that's pretty painful. The one saving grace is that Sludge Belcher can't kill Sludge Belcher, so it's not like it's not like he's allowing Firebat to immediately get a ton of damage into Dale's face because of this. But yeah, pretty bad situation for him to be in. And the Goblin Blast Mage. I think he's gonna play that. Maybe. The Fireball is a little bit more safe. The Goblin Blast Mage. Yeah, it's almost guaranteed to get 1 damage on this Sludge Belcher. Wow.
It doesn't though.
Wow.
But he's got the ping, so that's not too bad.
Okay, that's true.
Use the Pilot Shredder and Ping to deal with the Sludge Belcher. Unstable Ghoul as well. Another taunt coming down for Firebat. Unstable Ghoul can very often to come off a Piloted Shredder, just really mess your opponent up.
Yeah, it can also kind of screw up Firebat's board a little bit, especially if we see Holy Nova coming out. But yeah, this... Ooh, and there's the Akanai. Really wishes he had that circle still. Yeah, the game is looking pretty much over.
I think that is it, because we have the Ping and the Fireballs is 2 damage on board. So the Snow Chugger staying alive is going to be enough here. So he can use the Akanai to kill...
He's looking for circle right now. He needs that circle right now. So that's why he's drawing. Oh, and he gets it!
He gets it!
Oh my god!
Circle! Off the top from the Power Word Shield.
Okay, so he's going to hit the Blade Master into what exactly? It doesn't matter, right? Because... Wait, the Sludge Butcher came on the board first, so that's gonna die first, and then the if he runs the Blade Master into the Sludge Belcher, then he Akanai circles, then the Sludge Belcher dies first, and then the Unstable Ghoul gets 1 damage onto the slime, I think.
Yeah, in terms of the sequencing of when they hit the board, yeah. So the Death Rattle on the Sludge Belcher will go off. Well, we'll see for sure in a second, but I think you're right that the Sludge Belcher will spawn the 1/2 and then do the 1 damage. Correct. So only 1 damage, only 1 health left. But it does mean that the Akanai dies. That Unstable Ghoul actually pretty crucial in that respect.
Yeah, and okay, he says that knockout was planned, but there was nothing else he could have done. There was no way to avoid that. I don't know. He could have killed the Silver first, but no, yeah. Okay, I guess you would rather have a 3-1 versus a 1-2 than a 1-1 versus nothing. Can't see their expressions on the side because our screen's a little bit cut off, but I would have loved to see what Firebat's expression was when he saw that circle was top decked.
Well, that's going to be enough to tie this series up. Firebat has exact lethal with the Fireball and the Ping. And that's going to be enough. So this series is going to be leveled up at 2-2. And just 1 game left, which is going to be the Warrior deck of Dale versus the Mech Mage of Firebat. Certainly not the easy game that people would have thought Firebat might have against an unknown like Dale. But
hold on, we still
Firebat is
some potential BM coming.
Yeah, he was thinking. Well, that could have been to potentially. He would have avoided lethal if the bomb went to the Northshire rather than the face. So he didn't try that little fancy bomb kill. Went for the easy 2-2 in this first series.
Yeah, it's turning out to be a really nice series. Dale playing pretty well and Firebat playing well as well. And so this is the kind of how would you put it? This is the kind of strength of bringing so many aggro decks. It's like you can beat a lot of them, but you're eventually gonna have to run into, some sort of crazy, aggro deck that's can beat you up like this Mech Mage.
You can't ban us all.
Exactly, you can't ban it all. So all right, we have our last game coming up. Let's do this, guys.
Victory or death!
HearthStats Champions League Season 1. Group C. Dale CZ versus Firebat.
Okay, so we do see the Mech Warper, the Snow Chugger, the Mad Scientist in hand for the Mage. Those are some good early options. Which of these 2 drops do you favor being coined out?
I think the Snow... I mean, okay, so you might want to go for the safe play and go for the Mad Scientist just to make sure you don't get Mutiny in your hand and you get full value of this, but Snow Chug is really nice because it kind of delays the weapon from going... being able to hit your guy twice. So you get an extra attack with your next minion. We see Slam in the hand of Dale, which is not something very often these days. It's just something that you don't really have any room for these days with because you kind of need Whirlwind in your deck to deal with Paladins and such. So
yeah, difficult turn for Dale. It's going to be the Mad Scientist rather than the Mech Warper. I guess a lot of people think playing Mech Warper early on its own can be advantageous, but generally when you're in a situation like this where you don't have anything to combo it with, you maybe want to hold on to the Mech Warper for maybe turn 4, where you get a couple of mechs into hand and you can play some Warper chain.
Yeah, definitely. And in particular, this Snow Chugger is just so devastating as far as just preventing any sort of opportunity for Dale to get his weapon off. And we're going to see him kill the Acolyte, which is a pretty heads-up play, because you can the Acolyte potentially gets he kills off the Snow Chugger with execute or something, or I mean we saw in hand that you could have done it with slam as well, but pretty heads up play, because that Snow Chugger is, I mean, it could win Firebat the game, so making sure to
Protect it.
Protect it as much as possible.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, for a lot of people, that at turn 3 Tinkertown Technician, if you've got the activator, that's kind of a snap play, because a 4/4 in turn 3, that feels pretty great. But as you say, Firebat with a heads up, getting the Cogmaster down as well. Did see Iron Juggernaut come into hand for Dale, which is a card you don't see too often in the Warrior. I did. I think I told you this before, D2, when I was watching your stream, and I made a rogue deck of yours, and the first game I played with it was some crazy Youthful Brewmaster Iron Juggernaut deck. Those can be pretty scary, but I don't think we're going to see any Youthful Brewmasters in Dale's deck. It looks far more standard. But there's a Mech Yeti, and that's a pretty beefy minion for Firebat to start piling on the pressure in the mid game.
Yeah, absolutely. And we just saw the power of Snow Chugger. He decides to silence the Snow Chugger rather than the Mad Scientist. That's just how powerful Snow Chugger can be. And I'm actually a little bit surprised that Firebat didn't go for
the trade.
The trade, in order to, well, not just the trade, but trading his Mad Scientist to make sure that, to get kind of the same situation as last game, where you're guaranteeing a pickup like a Sludge Belcher, and if you don't get Sludge Belcher, then you're essentially making Dale kind of waste his turn by playing something stupid like a. At least that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. That is, the sort of plays that you've got to think through, and you got to think ahead to these things. The other option may have been trading the Cogmaster. It's pretty good value, but you do want to get that mirror entity down as quickly as possible. As you say, you don't want to, you're running the risk of getting the second mirror entity into hand before you can get these Mad Scientists off.
Yeah, so maybe Firebat's just going for a little more risky plays and trying to play to his odds instead of, playing more conservative. And I can kind of respect going all face here. He kind of figures like, well, maybe I should just get as much value out of this hero power as possible. So even if he takes out the Snow Chugger, I can. And we see the mirror entity gets burned, but I guess there's really no way for him to kill both of the scientists off. But yeah, I mean, that might be what he's thinking, is that I want to get as much value out of this hero power as possible because I might be running out of cards. But
it's going to be a Tinkertown tech, and I guess a ping on the Spellbreaker to take it out here. Do you trade the Yeti into the Armorsmith?
Yeah, at this point you kind of have to. He actually might. Okay, he might actually throw the Mad Scientist in instead of pinging it, and then just throw another Mad Scientist on the board just to make sure
to get the mirror entity down.
Yeah, exactly.
As we can see, there is nothing light in the hand of Dale, so it would have to be something like Iron Juggernaut or something like a Sludge Belcher that's going to proc this at this point.
So, I kind of question his decision not to trade the turn, but it might have been that he was waiting for something small to come out before he did that, and just kind of increasing the odds that he gets something big out. Obviously, we looked at the hand and we saw not a whole lot of small minions at the time, but maybe he was thinking like, okay, I'm gonna just make sure that I get something, make it as awkward as possible for my opponent when I get this secret out. And it was pretty awkward until that Taskmaster came down. But let's see. What do you do if you're Dale in this situation?
It's very difficult. Obviously, you do look at the Shield Slam here, and you're probably thinking Shield Slam Sludge Belcher, but you do have the Death Spite as well, and that could definitely be a better option if you're worried about Mirror Entity. Yeah, that looks like what he's going to go for. So he's going to go for the Death Spite, kill off the 4/4, How conscious are you, if you're Dale, of maybe trying to kill the mad scientist while the secret's up, knowing that Mage doesn't normally play anything other than Mirror Entity? I guess you do,
I
obviously
think
you don't know that Firebat or hand, so you think like you're doing some good there in burning this and not giving him the tempo play, but it's not going to matter anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think he might have been thinking about that, but he's like, well, I should get rid of this 4/4 first before it does any extra damage to me, and then I can take about the Scientist later because there's no Chugger on the board. But Firebat going for that Frostbolt, he really had nothing else to do, so I pretty much support this play. Keep your guys alive for another turn, force them to have removal.
Yeah, this is kind of the problem you can get into with Mech Mage, is that you end up with things like Fireball and lots of spare parts in your hand. And look, you've got 4 or 5 cards, but there's really nothing that you can play at this point. And he's going to go ahead and trade the Mirror Entity with the Cruel Taskmaster. That's a huge let-off for Dale, not giving Firebat a big minion like the Juggernaut or the Dr. Boom or the Sludge Belcher, being able to give him that Cruel Taskmaster, and then buffing his Taskmaster with the spare part from Firebat's Mech Yeti. It's going to take it out of range of either of these 2-drop minions.
Yeah, and I mean, this looks so good for Firebat in the beginning, but now it's looking like it's kind of favored for Dale, but it was actually probably good. I mean, you kind of want to see as many minions as possible as the Mech Mage, but just freezing out that weapon for that one extra turn is pretty handy.
Okay, so here's a question, and he's not done it, but he's gone for the Fireball, and I guess you can. Do you have the mana to do it next time? You can do it next turn as well. But is he thinking at this point with he has all the Mad Scientist and the uses both of those minions now somehow? The Gromash might come down to clear here. There isn't a lot of other options in play now because he's frozen again. Those 2 Frostbolts have been very advantageous for Firebat.
Yeah,
I'm just thinking rather than paying last turn, he might have taken the Cruel Taskmaster off the board to maybe try and get that buff and a little bit of extra reach later on down the line. And he's going to kill off his Taskmaster in order to trigger the second Mirror Entity and allow him to play a Sludge Belcher.
I really like that play, actually. That's pretty heads-up play.
Well, he did need to get rid of it somehow.
He probably should have just done it first, just to make sure. I mean, obviously, you're most likely not going to be seeing anything other than Mirror Entity, but I mean, it's going to be the same trade anyway, right? So at
this point, he has to go for the. The best way to do this is wind the Cruel Taskmaster now, isn't it? Because then you can ping and trade with the other one into the 3/5 to clear that Sludge Belcher body.
Yeah, it's just everything just seems kind of poor for Fireball at the moment. Whether you Fireball that, whether you do your play with the Time Rewinder, and taking out the first body, because the second body can just be easily taken out by the other Taskmaster on board, and yeah, everything just seems really bad for Firebat at the moment. He's gonna need some sort of top deck like Archmage Antonitis.
Second Fireball.
Yeah, second Fireball. That's another thing.
I mean that's. My thinking in protecting the Fireball is that if you top deck the second Fireball, you can win. And he has to be So he's going to go for the Cruel Taskmaster Time Rewinder, which I think it's smart to, as I say, to protect that Fireball, because you're getting to the point as the Mech Mage where you are kind of out of steam, and he needs that burst damage in order to have any chance of winning this series.
Yeah, and he does have the second Time Rewinder in case Archmage Antonitis comes in hand. But if we ever see Alex draws, this game just might end. Looks like I think we're just gonna go for probably just a Boombot on the side of Dale here. It's not Boombot, 2 Boombots along with the Dr. Boom. But yeah, do you think that he just hits face here and then trades the Taskmaster into the Mech Warper and then the remaining 1/1 to the 2/1 and then just goes, or he could just throw the Dr. Boom down and then have those Boombots or try to kill parts of the board. I think it might be better to save the damage in your face rather than
Yeah, I was gonna say I think your play was better of trading the 1/1 slime and getting the 3 damage onto face and saving the 2 damage on yours. So second fireball will seal it. That's not the one he
Yeah.
was looking for.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, you can maybe put fire bat on having a fireball. Someone has fire. You can kind of maybe put him on having that. So it's like just getting out of that double fireball range as quick as possible. And yeah, that's what I was thinking with that play. But
Is this desperation time pinging your own Clockwork Gnome?
I don't think you ping your own Clockwork Gnome. I think you go for you either ping the taunt or you ping the face.
Yeah.
That's what you do here.
Acolyte Ping. So there's no armor gain in the hand, and even just the hero power isn't going to be enough to get Dale out of range of the second fireball. So that top deck is still going to seal the game.
Yeah. So what do you go for the Despite here, or do you go for the Juggernaut here just to get that potential damage and kill him right away? I mean, how fast can he kill him? So if he throws his Boombot in to the 2/1, we'll just see how much damage it does.
4.
So it's 4 damage, the most.
Oh.
That stealth is actually pretty big because we don't see any taunts in the hand. But yeah, I think he can kill him next. Yeah, he can kill him next turn if he goes Deathbite right now.
That's by Iron Juggernaut.
But I think does armor make a difference?
I don't think it does make a difference because he's seen both Frostbolts, so he's out of fireball ping range. So actually armoring up isn't that important.
Yeah, but maybe it's something like what if Firebat has 2 minions and he gets 2 taunts in his hand or something, or he has both Rusty Horn or something crazy. You never know. You never know what crazy shenanigans Mage might pull off. But yeah, it looks like this game is over. There's really no way. I mean, there's no way for Firebat to prevent this. I don't think. I guess he can fireball.
He can kill the Doctor Boom and give up his fireball. But actually, I think the minute he gives up this fireball, he's pretty much dead. Yeah.
Because just the Despite plus Grom alone is 14 damage. So.
Yeah, that's true.
He was trying to go
face with the second bomb.
Yeah, that really sucks. He was trying to go for hit the boom better so that he gets the Doomsayer play.
Yeah, he was trying to get something like a taunt or a Doomsayer coming off that Shredder. But that didn't work out. About losing our opening series of the day 2-3 to Dale. Dale, a guy who no one had heard of, coming through the ground. Is the point, ladies and gentlemen, of the HearthStats League. Seeing a complete unknown who you've never heard of before coming in here, beating the world champion.
Yeah, what did I say? I mean, Dale's a great. He beat me to get here, so he's obviously a great player, one of the top players in the world, guys. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, we did see some solid play out of him, and when I played him, it wasn't he won on some stupid RNG. He definitely played solid when he played me as well. So I was expecting this kind of play out of him today, and he was able to take out Firebat. I'm not sure what the audience thinks right now, because are they sad because Firebat lost? Are they happy because we saw the cancer, get crushed? But it's kind of hard to say.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Twitch thinks of this when we get to the end of the delay. But we're going to take a break. Our second game of the day, which is going to be Ari versus Posmywam. And with Firebat going down a game, these matches are going to be all important. But we're going to see him later on. We'll see both his other games against Posmywam and then against Ari. But we're going to see those two players play each other first. And this group is shaping up to be very interesting. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the HearthStats Champions League. All right, welcome back to the HearthStats Champions League Season 1. The end of that thrilling series between Firebat and Dale. It was, of course, Dale coming out on top 3-2 over the world champion. But we're going to see the other two players in the group now. We're going to see Pozmaiwan versus Ari. Now, Ari's a guy that I've been looking forward to seeing him come back after we saw him come through the Challengers League. And he 3-0'd Colento in the finals of that Challengers League in what was one of the most impressive performances we saw that week. And we're going two players as well. But Ari ranks very highly legend. You can see his highest ranking was number 3 in September. But I know that he was, I think, 46 in January. So he's pushed this year.
Yeah, Ari, or he's. I think most of the North American pros know this guy. He's definitely been around for a while. I mean, I just see him in Top Legend all the time. So he's definitely a very, very strong player. As you can see, they did well in these weekly cups like Gosu Cup, Zotac, and ESL. Those are weekly cups that happen. You know, they're open tournaments, so you basically have to get through several hundred players. So when you see a win in that or a second in that, it's not it's not something to scoff at. It's definitely pretty good accomplishment. But yeah, this is going to be a very good match, a very high quality match. Probably a lot of you haven't heard of these guys before, but I assure you they're very, very good. So expect the kind of play that you would see from the top pros that you do see often. I didn't really word that well, but sure.
We do have these interviews lined up for you. Just before we go into that, actually, I'm just getting some information from our Twitch fans that Crip is going to be very happy right now, and I think Dale is his new favorite person because Crip had $20 on Dale winning that game. So congratulations to Crip. He's, I think, going to take home about $60 from that due to the odds being very wide. So congratulations to Crip winning money on Dale there. So Dale, not the only one, will be happy with that. But we're going to get you into the interview with Pozmaiwan now.
Hello, my name is Michał Samiński, and in game I'm Pozmaiwan, and I playing in Group C in HearthStats League.
Awesome. So you're actually a pretty well-known player amongst the European players, but for North American viewers that probably don't know you as well, can you tell us about your history with Hearthstone?
So I start from the open beta, and I almost qualified to the World Championship. I lost with Life Coach and ended in 6-3 score in qualifier.
Wow.
Yeah.
Close though.
It was a close one.
Yeah. So I'm sure you play with a lot of great people and players out there. Who do you usually practice and play with?
Usually I play with Lothar or with Toide sometimes.
Awesome.
With Marcin Gniusz-Filipowicz.
Okay. Some of those, we recognize some of those names. In Group C of the HearthStats Championship League, there's Firebat, Dale CZ, and Airy, along with yourself. Who do you think is the scariest opponent?
I think the current world champion Firebat is most scariest opponent for me.
For sure. Do you have any particular strategies or ways to go about playing against Firebat?
No, not really. I think I watched some his recent games and then maybe.
Okay.
I'll
Well, good
figure
luck
something.
with that. Yes. Last question. If you were a Hearthstone card, what card would you be?
Oh, I don't know. Dr. Boom.
Wow, okay. Well, any particular reason you say Dr. Boom?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, thanks a lot for your time, and good luck in the championship.
Thank you.
All right, so that was Pause My Wham, getting to know a little bit about him. Obviously, he's scared of Firebat as well, but Dale showed that no one should be scared of anyone in these groups because anyone can beat anyone. But we're going to go into this interview with Ari right now and let you know a little bit more about this player that, as D2 said, all the pros know about, but you might not.
I'm Avery. I'm 20 years old and I'm studying computer engineering at UTD. I'm in Group C for the HearthStats tourney, and this is the first like card game that I've ever played. Like I didn't play Magic, only Hearthstone. I've gotten rank 1 multiple times throughout all the seasons and qualified for the first phase of the BlizzCon qualifier.
Cool. Awesome. So you're actually a pretty well-known underground player, as some would say, but not that well-known to the general public. So what steps are you trying to take to get your name out there right now?
I'm just trying to participate in as many tournaments as I can, but right now, like, all of the high-profile tourneys are like invites only, so it's hard to get yourself down in the first.
That's definitely a great point. So who are some people you usually practice with that we might not know about?
Practice with a lot of people. They're also like really good ladder players, like always like high legend at the end of the month, such as like Raccoon and Axios, just saying Firebat even, just like a ton of people.
Awesome, cool. So in your group, there actually is Firebat, Dale, CZ, and also Pause My Wham. Who do you think is the most threatening player to you?
Obviously Firebat, since he's the reigning world champion.
So I'm sure you guys have played in your matches during practice. How do you fare against him?
I'd say he's like a really good like strategical player. Like he knows like the ins and out of like all the pick and bans, like what to counter pick, what to counter ban, or whatever. So it's gonna be really tough, and that's like the main match that I'm probably preparing for the most.
All right. Last question. If you were a Hearthstone card, what card would you be?
I guess I'd be the auctioneer because I like to draw cards.
Awesome. That's great to hear. Well, thanks a lot for the interview, Ari, and good luck in the tournament.
Thanks.
Okay, so that was Ari, and like I said, you know, a lot of the NA pros know Ari is a player who gets very high legend, is a very, very good player, practice groups, that sort of thing. He talked about practicing with Firebat and that kind of group of kind of pros that weren't that well known outside of the pro players. Is a guy that people like That's Admirable talked up as being a guy who was the best player you'd never heard of. Obviously, he's now broken out of that, but Ari could be the next breakout star from that group of very hard-working North American pros.
Yeah, definitely. And a lot of those players are actually working with Firebat, so they're getting the inside scoop on the pro scene. But to be fair, Firebat and you know someone like Hyped, for instance, they were not just consistently reaching the top of Legend and doing well in tournaments. They were consistently dominating. So a little bit of a difference. I wouldn't say I'd say Avery has a chance to get to where a lot of the pros are, or a lot of the more well-known pros are, but not 100% guaranteed. We'll just have to see how he does here. But we do see the decks on screen right now. What do you think about these?
Well, we do see Hunter, Mage, and Druid on both sides, whereas we see I think it's Warlock and Hunter for Warlock and Paladin for Pause My Wham, and Rogue and Warrior for Ari. I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about Paladin this tournament yet. And we did see Dale's Warlock do work, but I'm not sure about those classes. I definitely personally probably feel more comfortable with the Rogue and the Warrior in terms of the matchups.
Yeah, Rogue, it just does so well against Paladin. We're probably gonna have to see Posma ban out this Rogue just to make it so that his Paladin, among other decks, can survive. Other than that, Mage is a threat. Okay, so it looks like we got our first ban in Druids, both banned. Yeah, Druid, we've seen Druid ban a lot. It's just such a scary class, and it can do so much to kind of disrupt your opponent, because if it takes out, I mean, it's always capable of winning any matchup because of the fact that it has that crazy ramp. So, and then once it takes out an unfavorable matchup for it, maybe it can just steamroll you.
Yeah, it's obviously Druid is a very dangerous deck, like you said. It has just such favorable matchups, or such even matchups against the vast majority of classes, that it's no surprise, I think, to see that banned out as a first pick. But now you're looking at the second ban here. You do see the Mage up, which can be very difficult. Hunter. Do you think we'll probably see one of those more aggressive classes maybe banned out now?
Yeah, I mean, it obviously differs from each side. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see Warrior ban out, or see Posma ban out the Warrior, because quite a few of his classes are weak against it, and then from I guess Rogue as well is another class. So yeah,
So let's
it
get
looks
that
like we have a
second
second
ban.
ban.
Yeah, so
All
we do
right.
see the Mage of Posma being Rogue of Ari being banned. So we're left with the Hunter and the Mage and the Warrior for Ari, and the Hunter, Warlock, and Paladin for Posma 1. Both still have their Hunter up, and that could be very important in how these lineups shake out.
Yeah, I don't think we seen stuff for. Actually, I think we saw one match like that where we had Hunter both sides, but yeah, typically, I mean, it's a little bit an interesting situation because Hunter has kind of, it is risen, fallen, and then now it's kind of like in the middle, and at this tournament, at this point of the game, at this state of the meta, and yeah, it's just kind of a solid class, nothing amazing, but nothing poor either. Have it retain important for Aerie. Unfortunately, he does have to go against the Paladin, potentially, which can be a problem. But he does have the Warrior to, take that out as well. So, as far as classes to watch out for, obviously this Warlock, it highly depends on what archetype it is. But yeah, okay. So it looks like we're going into the game right now, so we'll talk about that later.
Gul'dan! Your soul shall be mine!
You asked for it.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1. Group C. Aerie versus Posma.
Okay, so we do see Ari on the bottom here on the Freeze Mage versus the Warlock deck on top for Posma. And you see instantly a Mistress of Pain there. Suggests this is maybe more of the Demon Lock, or kind of more sort of mid-rangey variant Warlocks that we've seen more recently in things like ESL with Silent Storm.
Yeah, so this is looking to be a pretty slow matchup from both sides. We typically joke around if you see Priest versus Warrior that you can go get a drink and come back, or maybe take a break and stretch out your legs. It's gonna take a while. This is one of those slow matchups, guys. Both of these are very control oriented classes, so for a while.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be very difficult. Obviously, Freeze Mage is not a class that we see a huge amount of now with the prevalence of Mech Mage, but that Acolyte of Pain, that's going to tell Posma straight away what he's dealing with here.
Yeah, we did. I mean, obviously, we talked a little bit about what the archetypes could be, but we didn't. I mean, there's something to think about as well. Is that both of these players are kind of in the dark. Like, what am I actually playing against? But I think now we're getting a better idea. Obviously, wait, who's on the bottom again? Aerie. So
yeah,
Aerie.
Ari's on the bottom.
Yeah, Ari's on the bottom. So Ari just gets to see this Twilight Drake for the first time. So he still doesn't know that this is actually a demon variant. At least most likely, since we see that Mistress of Pain in there. But yeah, it's like he could be thinking it's Handlock right now, which means he's searching for answers to deal with it.
Yeah, it's as I say, with that Twilight Drake coming out makes you think instantly handlock, but we haven't seen any indications. And it could well be that this is kind of a handlock deck with just some things like Mistress of Pain teched in. We'll need to see how this shakes out. Looking for things like Demon Fire and Demon Heart and other crazy cards. Amal Ganis would be nice. I love a bit of
Yeah,
Mal'Ganis.
this might just be some sort of handlock with like you just said, just handlock with some demons teched in, because everything in the hand of Pawsman right now, other than it's standard handlock, other than that, it's just a pain. So I mean, the Earthen Ring kind of has been thrown away in favor of anti-heal-bots, but it's not strained in the slightest, I would say. Yeah. Okay, so we have this Mortal Coil into a Twilight Drake, a very, very strong turn for Pawsman. Now he's gonna start getting the damage in.
This double Twilight Drake, you're thinking, okay, this is not only a handlock, this is a perfectly. But we're going to see some freeze possibly come down from Ari to try and stem the tide here a little bit. But so for people who maybe aren't as experienced with Freeze Mage D2, because it's not a deck that maybe a lot of casual players will have run into or will be playing a lot with, just give us kind of a brief overview of what Freeze Mage is looking to do.
Freeze Mage is you freeze your opponent's board and like forever, and then when you get to a certain amount of mana, you could just burst them down with using cards like Alexstrasza to get that first bit of burst damage down to 15, and then from there you just go, you know, Fireball, Frostbolt, Ice Lance, and potentially a Pyroblast, and potentially Archmage Antonidas is what you see. Looking at the issue right now, looking at Ari's hand, is that he has so many like actual kind of not useless cards, but very difficult to play cards. Like he can't play Acolyte because it might just get he might get forced to overdraw, and then he can't play, for instance, the Loot Hoarder and, you know, the Blood Mage, and he can't play the Arcane Intellect either. So it's kind of an awkward situation right now.
Okay, so the Ice Barrier again, and these two Acolytes can take that armor off straight away. So it's kind of as you were there. And we're going to see a Sludge Belcher come down from Pawsman Wham again. Fairly standard handlock archetypes, these big minions in the mid game. We do see Jiraxis there, and Archmage Antonidas for Ari there. That's a card you maybe, I don't know, I feel like the more I've seen Archmage Antonidas in Mech Mage, the less I've seen Antonidas in Freeze Mage.
I still think you need that extra burst coming from the Freeze Mage, because sometimes you can run out of ways to win and just provide some extra win condition. So yeah, it looks like he's reaching for that Blizzard. This game is kind of interesting so far. Just kind of depends on how.
Oh, hello.
That's a
Kel'Thuzad. So we talked about this deck maybe being a little bit different from your standard run-of-the-mill handlock, and we see the Mistress of Pain, but the Kel'Thuzad coming in now. I don't know if you can Kel'Thuzad things like, well, I guess Kel'Thuzad on Azure Drake and Twilight Drake is really bad.
Wait, why is it bad?
Because it comes back as a 4-1.
Because it comes a 4-1. Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was like, well, yeah.
You think, oh, I've got these big 4/9s, and then if they die, they come back to life. Except they come back as 4/1s. But on Giants, those could be pretty good.
Yeah, I just blanked that for a second. We might not see any Giants in this deck actually. We do kind of need to see some sort of maybe like antique heal bots to help him out. Although we do see 2 heals in this deck, but yeah. Once you get down, I mean, in fact, you actually don't even need Alexstrasza in this matchup as the Freeze Mage, because Warlock kind of gets itself down. I mean, you might use it if he decides to heal himself up with this Arthurine Farseer or something like that. But yeah, we don't see any burst damage in the hand of Avery at all. We also don't see any Doomsayers, which we don't see. I mean, we wouldn't see an answer for that on the side of possibly other than that Siphon Soul anyway.
Well, we do see a lot of card draw, but he can't really afford to use that if he's not going to be able to play it.
Yeah, exactly. And so yeah, he's just gonna go fill up his hand right now. There's the Alexstrasza coming off, and just another Blizzard. I can support this play. Just freezes again, and crucially, he uses the most expensive freeze in his hand first, and that's something that a lot of players who are new to freeze mage don't realize is that that Frost Nova on the left side of his hand is actually more. It's actually a better card in the freeze mage arsenal than the Blizzard because it's cheaper to use.
Yeah, because it's more the damage from the Blizzard. It's more about the freezing.
Exactly. And just being able to get that freeze off while doing other things. And right now, he just, and while you're stalling, you just want to use the most expensive thing possible. There comes the Kel'Thuzad. It's mostly because there's nothing really else to do this turn. And, it just makes it so that you're going to have to kill Kel'Thuzad if you want to get through this Sludge Belcher.
Yeah, and that's actually kind of a smart play behind a Sludge Belcher to play this Kel'Thuzad because it's going to use up some of the burn, We could see a Frostbolt Fireball coming down on this, and that's going to be some burn that's not going to be able to go to Posmawam's face here because he's going to need to use spells to get rid of this Kel'Thuzad.
I highly doubt that he even just bothers with this Kel'Thuzad at the moment. It's just way too much damage wasted, and there's a very finite amount of damage that you have with this Freeze Mage. I think he's just going to try to get this Ice Block off and just do the standard Freeze Mage play of waiting till Alexstrasza, and from there just bursting him down. So yeah, so it looks like he's playing this Mad Scientist and this Acolyte of Pain just to get as much card draw as possible. I think this game is just gonna come down to how much healing is in the deck of Posmawam and whether he can just heal out of the range of the burst damage of Aerie.
Well, we haven't seen any antique heal bots or anything like that. He does have the Mistress of Pain, and actually, like you say, with damage being crucial, when things like if a Cone of Cold comes down on Mistress of Pain and things like that, or being able to freeze that Mistress of Pain and stop that little bit of extra healing, that healing can really snowball quite effectively.
Yeah, and it'd be very interesting to see running Power Overwhelmings in this deck as well, because not many people know this, but if you Power Overwhelming or if you buff a Mistress of Pain and you attack, you actually get healed for that amount of attack damage that she puts in. So you can get a nice bit of burst heal by buffing at that Mistress of Pain and attacking in, provided it's not frozen, obviously.
Yeah. Well, definitely Mistress of Pain makes for some interesting situations. It's a card a lot of people kind of discarded as maybe being not very useful when it first came out, but we are seeing it creep into these Warlock archetypes.
Yeah, I mean, as it turns out, first of all, just having that 4 health is just really annoying to deal with for too many minions. If you can get good use out of it, then it's definitely worth it to just throw it there. And he just plays the Mistress of Pain. Any of that healing yet until the Alexstrasza comes out. And also doesn't want to tap, doesn't want to give his opponent any healing either with that Zombie Chow. And yeah, I can kind of support that. Although he does have the Sylvanas in hand, doesn't he? Like he could have maybe done that.
I wonder.
Yeah, it's an interesting turn to pass. I guess he does feel like he's got quite a lot committed on the board already and doesn't want to overextend himself. The Jiraxis in hand, that's kind of a difficult card to play in this matchup, isn't it? Because, that getting to that 15 damage point with Alexstrasza is always kind of feels like a step backwards or the beginning of the end in many cases, and you don't really want to put yourself there with Jiraxis.
Yeah, you cannot play Jiraxis because if you play him, you're immediately in the range of Fireball, Frostbolt, which is definite possibility with all his cards in hand. And you know what I think he was doing? I think he doesn't want to get to too many guys on the board. So if he plays 2 minions, for example, last turn, then say Aerie, he kills off the Sludge Belcher. The Sludge Belcher comes back and the Slime's on the board, and so then he can't play his Earth Ring Farseer anymore.
This is true. He has to be very careful of that Kel'Thuzad and making sure he doesn't fill up his board. And that's one of the things that can be really, really dangerous. Oh, we see Implosion. That's interesting. That's one of the things that's really, really dangerous as a player when you're playing against Freeze Mage, is filling up your board, having it frozen, and then you can't play anything because you can't kill any of your minions off.
Yeah, definitely. In fact, we saw a very interesting play at the World Championships where what's his name? Tyre tried to use that to his advantage, but unfortunately, Titular Celestial was able to Soulfire his own creature and then play Jiraxis to heal. It was quite the showcase at the time.
Yeah, Jiraxis has to hit the board in a space. There has to be space for him on the board before he comes off the board again. So
Exactly.
yeah, that can be pretty important. What's this secret here that we've got on board? I can't remember which one it is.
I'm assuming it's an ice block, unless.
Yeah, it's an ice block.
Okay.
See, I love this. I love having
Spectator
minions.
mode, nice. Oh, we got the heal. Oh, the mission's a pain. He's doing so much work.
So we're gonna get back up to 19 health here. And the big game hunter on the Alexstrasza does fill the boards.
Yeah, so very interesting turn here because he could have procced that first instance of ice block, but obviously he could have just died in response. So I think that was the smarter play coming from possibly on side. And we have another interesting situation coming up where Avery could go for a lot of fireballs with this Antonice, and he's kind of running out of time to get some damage on. But he could also just try to clear the board using. Okay, so there's a second ice block, which is useful. But he could also try to clear the board by using. Oh, he doesn't have Frost Nova anymore, does he?
No, he used that.
So that's a bit of an issue. You can't go Frost Nova Doomsayer. Although could he save his? Could he make it difficult for his opponent to kill at the same turn by using that Kona Cold option? If he Kona Colds, actually, I think this is probably intentional on the part of Poswam. See how he spread out his high damage units?
Yeah, that's just what I was gonna say. There's no way to really do like a Frost Nova Ice Lance, a Cone of Cold Ice Lance combination to freeze the damage that Poswam would need to kill the Doomsayer.
Yeah, definitely. So I think this is intentional on Poswam's part, getting the nice spread here, and okay. So this is very interesting. He's gonna freeze the 4-attack minions and the Mistress of Pain so that it can't heal himself anymore, and then he's just gonna ping phase. So yeah, very nice. And also leaving that board clear, or leaving the board full, not the opposite of what I just said, so that he can't play anything like more Farseers or heal bots if they're in the deck.
Well, it's going to be an interesting turn here from Poswam. What can he really do here?
Well, he can get him down to 1 and then proc the ice block, which is crucial. And then, yeah, so it's just gonna siphon. So nice because he could potentially not have anything come up. And yeah, he makes it so that, well, I think, yeah. But in any case, say he had the ice block in hand, then, or no, so yeah, say he had the ice barrier in hand, then that Mad Scientist wouldn't have procced anything. It is actually, that is a little bit of a risk that he took though, because if that set off the ice barrier, then he might not have been able to get lethal this turn. No, he had lethal anyway. I mean lethal as in he could have set off that ice block. But yeah, so Ares in a bit of trouble here. He doesn't have lethal. He doesn't have the second ice lance, which is pretty much what you need in order to get lethal from this high of a health. So we can already just rule that out. He's gonna go for the ice block, and he can't. He needs that ice lance, so he can't actually Archmage Antonitis ice block because he would be too full. No, I don't think so.
Yep. So he just goes to the ice block straight up. He could throw down the ice barrier as well. We want to try and maybe soak up some of the damage, but that would be just a throwaway card at this point. To try and get some room out of his hand and maybe dig with the Arcane Intellect.
Yeah, I think he could just Arcane Intellect here and then.
If he's really desperate to dig, he can play Blood Mage Thalnos, ping it, and then Arcane Intellect, then he gets 3 more cards deeper into his deck.
I really doubt he's gonna ping his Blood Mage Thalnos because he needs that extra spell damage. So he could go Arcane Intellect, which brings him down to 4. Oh, he's gonna just Fireball Phase. I think this is reasonable. I think he's putting. Yeah, he figures he needs to just draw the game. Actually, looking at the damage he has in hand. Okay, so 4, 8, and then that would be. So he actually has lethal in hand. If there's no healing right now, no healing. He has lethal in hand.
So going Fireball and just throwing that damage in, free up the mana to be able to play the Blood Mage Thalnos.
Yeah, but unfortunately, we do see the Siphon Soul. That is no, is that Siphon Soul? That's Sylvanas. Sorry, I just see a 6. That's all I see.
Yeah.
It
See
is
again, wonderful
Sylvanas.
producers.
Thank you for that. Oh, but we have 1 healing from the Mistress. Wait, does that work? He didn't actually do any damage. He doesn't heal.
Yeah, he
Oh my
doesn't do
god,
any
you
damage
guys.
because of the ice block.
We learn
Oh,
something new
yeah.
every day.
Oh no, did that happen quite recently?
Oh, it did? Okay, sorry. I haven't seen that before.
Yeah, that happened in the Challengers League. Yeah, that's the flashback I was
Okay,
having.
well,
That happened with Tilla Celestial's game. That the Mistress of Pain needed to get, and I think Mistress of Pain came off a shredder. It needed to get a healing in order to save him. Pop the ice block with it, and because the ice block was up, it didn't do anything. Yeah, I remember. I remember now. I remember.
Nice. Okay, so it looks like Avery, and
Phew, that was a little bit close.
yeah, really close game. It looked like he was kind of out of it, but really clutch decision making at the end there, making sure he's playing to his outs and leaving that board full so that there couldn't be any healing on the part of Pasa. Very
Yeah,
nicely played game by both of them.
That did make a big difference. And so we saw those 2 interesting decks there, the kind of demon focused deck. What did you think of the Warlock deck of Pause?
It was very interesting because there's so many elements about it that looks very much like Handlock, but there's just there's like a lot of the cards also were kind of the new Demon Luck style deck, but overall it just seemed kind of confused. Like I didn't know what I wanted to be. It's like, do I want to be a Handlock? Do I want to be a Demon Lock? Because I didn't see too many demons. We had the Implosion and the Mistress, but Jaraxxus is in both of those archetypes. So,
Well,
all right.
we do have the Hunter and the Paladin left for Pause My Wham. And Pause My Wham was playing a Face Hunter in the Challengers League, so it'll be interesting to see if he's brought that back. How does the Face Hunter square up against a Freeze Mage? Can it just burst it down before it can do anything?
That's a very good question. So we don't see very much Freeze Mage on the ladder. So I haven't had much experience with it ever since the nerf to what's that card called? The thing that gets Flare. Sorry, the
That's
nerf
the
to
one.
Flare. I'm sorry, because no one uses it, so I forgot the name. I just get rid of it. I don't need it. I don't want to remember things I don't need, right? Anyway, so ever since Flare went away, it's kind of hard to think about the matchup between Hunter and Freeze Mage. But let's just
Kazan Mystic. Kazan Mystic.
Kazan Mystic. That too.
Hey, you kid! I run a Kazan Mystic in my Face Hunter deck.
Oh.
For other hunters, mostly.
For other hunters, but you could also run it for against this Freeze Mage as
Mech
well.
Mage. Mech Mage. I don't see much Freeze Mage on ladder, like you said, but it does really. Those mirror entities is a great tempo play. You can get through freezing traps without losing minions. It works pretty well.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm pretty sure that if it's a Face Hunter, he's going to use it against this Mech Mage because Paladin isn't, or not Mech Mage, against this Freeze Mage because Paladin isn't the greatest against it.
No, Paladin's bad against Freeze Mage.
Yeah, and just thinking about it, I've seen some hunters play against it, and the way you clear the board as a mage is you use your your Frost Nova Doom, your standard answer, but against Hunter you're basically just trying to ping off minions or the smaller charging minions like Wolf Rider and use your Frost Bolts on things like Arcane Golem, but then by then you're dead. So it's essentially like you take the damage and then you try to clear the board, which is bad for the mage because you're already taking that damage, and essentially Ice Barrier doesn't do a lot it helps, but you can get the hero power in if you're low enough, or you don't need to actually attack with stuff if they're low enough. You can just hero power them down, and Ice Block doesn't do a whole lot either because you just get them down to 1 and then just keep heroing and powering them down. So
Face Hunter is what we need here, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean it's just like no matter what hunter it is, I think you just go with Hunter here. I really highly doubt he's going to go Paladin.
Okay, so there's been a patch in Hearthstone right this second. Thank the wonders of live tournaments. You can tell that our tournament is live compared to maybe to other tournaments that are pre-recorded. So there's a patch in Hearthstone right now.
That-
So our producer is
that's good.
currently relaunching his Hearthstone, but this does mean that as of this second, things are going to be a little bit easier for our producer because the new patch brings a change to spectator mode where you don't have to go back in to the match in between games. You'll just keep you waiting until they restart the game. So that's going to be a good thing for tournament organizers that you probably don't care about. So we're just waiting for that to happen. But as I said, it would feel very strange for the paladin to be picked here. It definitely does feel like it's going to be the face hunter of Pause My Wham, and the face hunter against warrior. How does that matchup square up? If that does end up being our next matchup.
Comes
Just
to
like
that, yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so we have confirmation that Plaza is going to play Hunter, but yeah, if the Hunter defeats the Mage, I definitely would go with the Warrior for Aerie, and that's heavily favored for the Warrior. I mean, you do see the rare situation where the Hunter just gets off to too good of a start, and Warrior can't enough, but basically all you have to do is handle the first few minions and not get too far down, and you just armor for days. Just your hero power. You have at least one shield block and typically two shield mates. All right, so we're
Okay,
going to the
so we
game
got the
now.
game for you.
I'll show them all!
HearthStats Champions League Season 1. Group C. Aerie versus Pause My Wham.
Okay, so it is the hunter for Pause My Wham. Like we said, possibly the face hunter that he brought in the Challengers League, and again we're going to see the freeze mage. There's some floating card issues, as you can see. That's nice there. Wouldn't be a spectator mode patch without some unforeseen bugs. So we hope that they won't play. There won't be too many gremlins for the rest of the day here, but we will just persevere. But that arcane intellect is just hanging out, it's just floating, just having a look. Don't know if that's a different arcane intellect from the one that's in the hand. Possibly. It does look like there should be a fourth card.
Yeah, so I think that's two Arcane Intellects, and it doesn't look to me to be a Face Hunter. What do you think? I mean, we see this Knife Juggler, which isn't too common in my experience, and the I guess the Mad Scientist he always put in no matter what, and the Haunted Creeper. I guess the Haunted Creeper Haunted Creeper can be seen. I guess the Knife Juggler is the biggest thing, but it wouldn't be too crazy to see a Knife Juggler and a Face Hunter.
Yeah, for sure. It's we'll have to see how the card draw goes and see what we end up with here. I'm not sure. I think we're just waiting for Pause My Wham to make it. I'm not sure what's going on here. Pause My Wham possibly has ended his turn. There might be an issue with the game here. We may need to jump out and jump back in.
Yeah, considering we only see 2 mana on the side of Aerie, I think there is an issue.
Yeah, so we'll just jump out of that match there very quickly and go into. Yeah, so we're back, and we'll just go back into the match there. As I say, it's just been patched spectator mode, so there may be some gremlins, but we will overcome them, and we'll bring you the second game of Pause My Wham versus Ari. But like you said, it possibly isn't the face hunter for Pause My Wham. He's maybe, these players do have to be a little bit conscious that these games that were casted last time, Pause My Wham was seen with the face hunter, and we're back. So we're gonna go straight back into this match here. Okay, so we're a few turns deep now. You can see an arcane golem for Pause My Wham. For me, that does suggest face hunter.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's try to guesstimate what's going on here. Unfortunately, we can't see the left side of the history there. So before we left, we did see that Knife Juggler. It probably got traded into with that with the Mad Scientist, which probably proc that Ice Barrier, which we see, which got attacked into, and there was and then that animal come in and produce a Misha. And then we probably saw some more Karja, and we see have been used up. So that's probably the 2 plays that we've seen so far. So yeah, you guys haven't missed a whole lot. There's a lot of drawing cards on the side of Aerie, and just getting minions on the board on the side of Pause My Wham.
Yep. So what does the freeze mage need to do here in terms of it does have the blizzard available to try and freeze the board a little bit, but it always feels like you're always on the back foot as the freeze mage right up until the point that you're winning. How do you resist the onslaught of a hunter deck where you don't entirely also know what kind of hunter deck you're facing?
Yeah, this is a little bit of a tricky situation because right now I don't think he's seen anything that shows him that this is a face hunter, and once he sees that Arcane Golem, it can be a bit of a nasty surprise. I do kind of like this Fireball because if you Blizzard this, then you get the 2/1/1s coming out anyway, and just getting rid of that is pretty important, and sets him up for Flame Strike next turn as well. Maybe not.
We didn't see that flame strike in the last game, so we'll see if it does play a factor here. Again, still just the haunted creepers, so it's not for certain what Ari's dealing with here. Double owl in hand is a little bit unfortunate as well.
Yeah, at this point, Ari's gotta be a little bit scared because how could you not play 3 cards in your hand? It's like, well, are those kill commands? Are those, what do you got there? So, yeah, I guess he's not afraid of these 2 1 damage minions on the board, so he's just gonna go ahead and ping his Acolyte, get some more card draw, and those Frost Novas actually are pretty important. He doesn't want to use his Blizzards right now because, Blizzards, Blizzard and Flame Strike right now because it's just 1/1s come back, and yeah, so glimpse of this Arcane Golem, or at least I should not our first glimpse, but Aries. It's like, oh crap, this is Hunter.
Yep. And what's the secret up for Airy? Ice block. Okay, so he does have the ice block up, so he is going to be able to survive a turn where he dies. We see the Antonidas coming into hand. Lots of freeze on the Alexstrasza, but he's going to have to be careful here. It is interesting that Pozma, as I say, has those double owls in hand, so he's going to be top decking to see what he can play here.
So Pozma makes Airy discard a card here, and I wonder if Avery will voluntarily throw away another card just so he can. No, that would be bad because, well, it wouldn't be that bad. It would make the Knife Juggler throw 2 more knives to his face, but he could clear the board that way.
What to do?
Or not clear the board that way, but clear the board a little bit easier. That way, leaving just 1 spider. Yeah, just leave instead of leaving potentially more than that. But then he would take 200 damage from the Knife Juggler anyway. So yeah, I don't think he would run the Acolyte in first. I think he would just go for the Flame Strike or Blizzard if he does elect to do that. He could also Alexstrasza his own face. He could Alexstrasza the opponent's face. That's something he could do. He could Alexstrasza the opponent's face, and then just start trying to burst him down right away. He has a lot of options actually. This is a pretty tough situation.
Well, we got to see what choice he's going to make. He's going to have to make a choice. It looks like it's going to be the Blizzard. He's going to kill the Arcane Golem, and Pos will not have felt good about playing that Arcane Golem as early as he did.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a card. That is a very nice card.
Yeah,
that is probably the card he wanted to see. I'm sorry, what did you say?
I was going to say, I guess that'll do.
Yeah, yeah, it's the card. Wait, is that? Can he block the block right now? No, he can't. Obviously, he just put an ice block up, or ice barrier up. I'm crazy.
Yeah.
If only you could silence secrets, right? You can silence both those secrets.
The Eagle Orbone's bow is pretty nice, though.
Yeah, so those owls have been really bad because there's nothing to silence in this deck. There's no minions to be played, unless you can silence those spiders into bigger spiders somehow for some crazy weird Hearthstone reason. But yeah, we might just see an Alexstrasza here. Just see him just. I mean, you can't stop the Alexstrasza. He saw the Arcane Golem, so he figures there's a good chance it could be Explosive Trap. Or he goes for the Antonidas.
What to do?
If he goes for the Antonidas, he's probably going for Frost Nova.
Yep.
But that's a little bit risky in my. I think it's actually less risky to go for Alex Straza. Am I mistaken?
He still can't. Well, yeah, he still can't prop that ice block.
Does he want how much damage does he have? He is 6. No, he has
could
8. No, he can. No, he can silence both of his owls or his dudes. Yeah, he's gonna double silence.
Is that what he's going to do?
Yeah, he's gonna exactly proc the ice block.
Okay. Doesn't feel like the most efficient use of R&B cows, but I guess that's what we'll have to do.
And on a reside, he actually can't attack with this Antonitis because secrets have to be, or they can't go up on when it's your turn. So even if he plays the ice block here, he can't. It won't. Or yeah, he'll just die. Sorry, that's what I'm trying to say. He's gonna die.
So, looks like this is going to go. Well, the Flame Strike's going to come down here, but there isn't another. The other ice block is in hand, so he can survive another turn.
No, but he can Alex his own face.
Yeah, okay. So he can Alex his own face and survive, but he's really up against the Cosmo Man can get anything into hand. But it feels like Ari might actually be getting out of danger.
Yeah, I think actually Ari is in a commanding position because he just Alex his face next turn, and then he needs to have a charger to pair this Glazuka, and even then it's like maximum 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage. What did you just discard? I didn't.
Doomsayer.
Doomsayer. Okay, so that's a good card to discard. Certainly need that Doomsayer. Does he attack with this? I think I think you do attack.
Yeah, it's only explosive trap. It doesn't. It's not a huge amount of damage at this point.
Yeah, and the 5 damage is more important than the damage that you take at this moment. So, does he have lethal next turn? So 13 plus 12 is exactly 25, and he has a ping also as well. So, yeah, this looks like it's gonna be a win for Ari.
He actually has more than enough with the Frostbolt and the Ice Lance as well.
Oh yeah, he had the Frostbolt Ice Lance as well. Yeah, too. So yeah, taking out the Face Hunter.
Well, we did see Ari was one of the players to watch in this group, and with Freeze Mage, he's showing that anything is possible.
Yeah, anything is possible. The catchphrase for Ari in this thus far. Actually, for all the matches so far since we saw JL take out Firebat. But yeah, that's super lethal. That's like beyond lethal.
Super lethal. If only that were a thing. At least it's going to be the double fireball.
Yeah, get 2 points out of it. Alright, very well played by AAB, and unfortunately not the best draws for Pazwan, but he's pretty sad about that, getting those double Iron Beak Owls instead of more Chargers. When you play that Face Hunter, you just want all those Wolf Riders and all those Arcing Golems.
Yeah, that was a pretty crazy set of bad draws for Pazwan Wham. I mean, considering that Face Hunter is so geared up for attack, is so geared up for charge, he didn't draw into his Wolf Riders, didn't draw to anything that he needed, instead was sitting with 2 Iron Beak Owls, and the one charger he probably wanted to save for later, the Arcane Golem. I think that was the point where it just kind of slipped away from him from that point onward.
Yeah, absolutely. And also seeing Ari to play his Arcane Intellects out and just like really draw into like every answer he could possibly find, and he got both ice blocks, he got both ice berries actually too as well, and he got Alex Straza, so all the defense in the world for him to take that down. And we're down to Pazwan's last deck. His last deck was what again?
Well, we'll look at the class screen. We'll just confirm what that final class is, but I think it's. He says waiting for it to come out. I think it's Paladin. Yeah, it's Paladin because we talked about the Paladin Freeze Mage matchup being bad.
Yeah, that's right, Paladin. So
it's going to be the Paladin of Pazwan versus the Freeze Mage for Ari, and that's not exactly a favorite.
Yeah, it's looking pretty bad for Paz at the moment. He has a Paladin to go against I mean, first of all, this Freeze Mage, and so it's pretty horrible against Freeze Mage. It's an underdog against Warrior as well, and it's maybe only a slight favorite against Hunter, but not dominating by any means. So yeah, we're looking at your probability 101. You multiply all those odds together, and you're looking at like less than 10% chance for Poswam here.
Ari's in a very commanding position with this Freeze. Talked yesterday about these 3-0. I think it was on Monday actually we talked about this. The 3-0 victories are kind of important going forward in these groups because it does mean you're able to conceal information about your other decks from the other players.
Yeah, you can conceal information from the other players in the group, and on top of that, if there's any sort of a tiebreaker situation, that helps as well. So definitely you want to be winning as easily as possible, and just also getting just confirming the win. It's not screwing around, not getting fatigued, and okay, all right, let's get right into that game.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1, Group C, Airy versus Pause My Wham.
Okay, so we see a pretty terrible start for Pause My Wham with the Quartermaster and the Dr. Boom and a Leon hands.
Oh no.
Oh dear. And the double Acolyte of Pain, Loot Hoarder, actually is a very good start for Ari.
Reporting for duty.
Yeah, I think we might see a coin into Acolyte here because you can't do anything about it. Yep, double. We're gonna probably see double Acolyte.
You can get great cards.
Hey, speak to me.
Aldor Peacekeeper the Acolyte. Oh, owl is reasonable. There's nothing else you're gonna owl in this entire deck, so you might as well just owl that. That's about as good as you can get. I mean, if you think about it, what else can you have? I mean, quality this, but that's stupid as well. Because you have no use for equality either. So yeah, so many dead cards in Paladin if you think about it. Quality's dead. It's pretty dead. Yeah. Oh, he's just gonna equality it. Okay, sure. What are you gonna do, Possum?
He is going to go for the equality and not allow these Acolyte of Pains to be Dude Slayers. So just the one card. Arcane Intellect's a nice pickup as well.
Yeah, probably just going to see the second Acolyte come out.
It's just what I was going to say. We'll probably see the second Acolyte since there's unlikely to be a great way to deal with it. We may see the Owl come down from Pause My Wham in response to the second one.
Goes for the Arcane Intellect. I can kind of respect this Silver, and that's probably one of the better ways, but I mean, even if he plays True Silver, he's not playing anything on the board, right? So yeah, he's just gonna throw out this Outer Peacekeeper.
So I guess there's not a lot of targets for it in this deck.
Yeah, almost. There's no
targets, basically.
Yeah, you can or you can I don't know. There's a couple things you can do. But,
if you use it on an Alex, you're kind of dead by that point.
Yeah, probably. And you do have big game punch of that for that anyway. But yeah, pause. Just
double Quartermaster.
Double Quartermaster with no dues. Oh jeez, it's really bad. I mean, obviously you get a lot of time to set up when you're playing against a Freeze Mage, but you feel like you're doing okay. It's like, okay, well he hasn't been able to do anything either. But that's this Freeze Mage anyway. They're not really doing much. No matter what, unless you have minions on the board, so Freeze Mage is perfectly fine to sit back and wait. And so you think you're doing fine as a paladin, but then it's you just immediately died because you didn't put any pressure on. So yeah, it's not looking the greatest.
We probably see the Acolyte of Pain here. Do you reckon? And the ping on the Aldor Peacekeeper just to clear out the board a little bit. He's going to trade, I guess, get the card draw.
Yeah, makes sense. I think I would ping the... Yeah, you have to ping the 1, or else you're going to overdraw. So you have to ping the 1/1 here. There's no... I think he just realized. He was thinking about it for a second. He's like, wait a second, I can't ping my Acolyte. That would be a terrible decision. Just an easy overdraw, so... Alright, so Harrison Jones is actually... Okay, I think he's not... He's not thrilled, but it's better than...
better than a Quartermaster.
I mean, like say he drew Tyrion or something there. It's like, oh, it's just like nothing to play at all. So yeah. Will we see him run the Acolyte into the Harrison so that? Oh, he's gonna go for the Arcane Intellect. This is really dangerous.
What to do?
He has to really be careful with overdrawing. Yeah. Yeah, he's gonna ping the Harrison, I guess. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, he realized it partway through. He's like, wait a second, I'm gonna go overdraw. Like he keeps coming close to overdrawing, but he realizes it's a mistake.
So props the Ice Barrier and Golden Doctor Boom coming down. Cosmo does. Are seeing a couple of nice golden legendaries in this game in these games so far.
Golden Boombots, ooh, so shiny, so pretty. So we always need to count Ares cards because really with his Acolyte on the board, he needs to be careful about overdrawing. Yeah, he has 9 cards at the moment. The boom, if he does some sort of clear with Blizzard or Flame Strike, then the Boombots could potentially hit it twice, and he could overdraw next turn.
He is going to go for the Blizzard.
I think I would run the Acolyte into something first. I mean, yeah, because this situation is really bad.
Oh.
I mean,
well, at least he got his 2 fireballs in.
He didn't even attack face, did he?
No, he didn't.
Yeah, so that's a pretty much a blunder on Ares' part because he obviously knows the exact damage that's gonna go on to the side of and Blood Mage Thanos. That really hurts because now he loses on spell damage and more draw power. Obviously he's drawn a ton of cards already, but you still want to keep the draw up when it comes down to it. And yeah, I think that's
the second Blizzard here.
Like you said, we're gonna see the second Blizzard, and yeah, Ares played. I was gonna say Ares played pretty well so far, but I can't help but have to criticize him for that play. Not even
criticize away.
You're so willing to just like pile crap on people.
Okay, that's our job, right? Casters just burying everyone. No, that's the opposite of what we're here for.
No, we're supposed to build these guys up. These are good players, guys.
They are very good players.
No, I'm not saying that, like, tongue in cheek at all. These are very good players.
I should say as well, hello to all of our new viewers who've just joined us in the last little while. Seems Pinnacle must have finished because our viewer count has shot up quite considerably, so that's nice. Welcome. We won't judge you for us being your second choice tournament.
All right.
But I guess the Alexstrasza here, he's just kind of closing in on finishing the game.
Yeah, we do see a decent amount of healing though, because we have this lay on hands, and we do have 2 true silvers, so not over quite yet. Though we have a pretty menacing hand in Ares' hand, going with that Archmage Antonidas and plenty of ways to kind of stall out the game. Very interesting right now. Because he could go with the Archmage and then something like a freeze, which would make it really, really difficult to take it out. Unless he has something like a quality, which he's already used one of. So yeah, the fact that possibly I'm healed back up is kind of tricky for Avery right now.
What to do?
It does not quite. Yeah, the healing is very difficult, and I don't know if there's a second. We did see some of those crazy heavy healing decks yesterday, but
yeah, Garo's a little bit too crazy. I don't think anyone's playing that quite that much healing, but yeah, the one lay on hand is standard. Plus he has the 2 true silvers, so Avery's looking at least 25 health that he has to get through because of that true silver. Looks like he's gonna go for this.
Yeah, we're gonna see Antonidas come down.
I'm actually surprised he goes for the ice barrier, not a freeze. I guess he's saving that freeze for Doomsayer, and he figures that maybe he figures that with all the cards in hand for pause that this Archmage Antonidas is likely to get cleaned up here. Little does he know the only answer in hand is an owl. I think, right? Or I guess he has Loatheb kind of, but he can still use spells. But then he would overdraw, so
I've got the beast in my
can-
sights.
Yeah.
wow, all of the knives miss. That is so unfortunate. Ouch. Ouch.
Not what he was looking for.
12.5% chance of that happening. He loses it. 1 in 8 chance, guys, and has to use his face. Takes an extra 8 damage. That's so devastating right now.
And there's the Frostbolt.
Yeah, Frostbolt comes out. Oh my god. I'm sorry for that unprofessional moment of me laughing. I shouldn't laugh at misfortune like that.
So do you just push in the damage for face here? And can
Yeah,
I
just
take
do it.
Like, hey guys, I got lethal. Enjoy.
Oh, he's gonna Frost Nova. Wait, why would you Frost Nova? Oh, he's gonna Frost Nova Doomsayer? I guess he figured that he didn't have an answer for...
He's not... Yeah, okay, he's gonna Doomsayer.
Yeah, he didn't have an answer for the Antonidas. The fact that he had to use his face to run into that when you know that, like, you know, there's only a limited amount of damage is kind of crazy. He's gonna attack face.
He's got a Loatheb here, right?
He could have just killed it with silencing one of his guys. I guess he wants to damage the face. Okay, I guess this kind of makes sense. I guess this kind of makes sense.
Except he's dead, right?
Yeah, except he's dead.
Well, is he dead?
No, he's not dead
quite.
yet.
Not quite.
He's really close to dead, though.
And yeah, Flame Strike seems like a pretty obvious turn here, though. You do have to kind of wonder when you're going to get your damage in. Another Knife Juggler comes out.
That Knife Juggler, though.
So we're going to see the first Frostbolt. He needs to keep these Frostbolts for Ice Lancing purposes.
Well, he has lethal, right? No, okay, Lothab can come down. But he needs to play Lothab, bros. He's dead.
Yeah, if he doesn't realize he's got to play Lothab here, yeah, Lothab comes straight out. If he didn't play Lothab here, I would kind of question his decision making quite a bit, because you know when you get to this point, it's double Frostbolt, double Fireball ping. You know the Antonidas was there. You know, Frostbolt, Ice Lance, Fireball would be death.
And the Pyroblast.
Well, you know, it didn't have quite enough burn.
Okay, you might. Okay, hold on. Do you ping? Do you prioritize pinging face, or do you prioritize getting card? Okay, so most likely his turn here is either, or I guess he could just Fireball face. That's another thing he could do. So his turn here could be either be Fireball face, or Arcanine like ping face, or Doomsayer ping face. I think those are his options here. Or
I'm a big fan of Fireballing face. I'm a big fan of Fireballing face at all times.
You like, you just like Fireballing people's face. Okay, there we go. That's
and I'm going to be very disappointed if Ari doesn't set up for a massive Fireball next turn.
All right, so that's going to be a game.
Yeah, that's going to be the series.
And the series, like you said, yeah. So
3-0 with Freeze Mage for Ari. That's pretty impressive.
Showing why you know, Firebat's afraid of him, and showing why, you know, a lot of, I mean, at least I would say he's one of the favorites along with Firebat to get out of this group, although Firebat did lose earlier, but yeah, very well played by Ari, and that's gonna do it.
Yep, so he's gonna have enough damage. He's gonna get the Ice Block proc there. I'm hoping for the Pyroblast. That could well be.
Yeah, the Pyroblast is so epic. That although you know the problem with the Pyroblast though is that you can't then play Ice Block afterward. Like if you miss with Fireball, then you can be like, oh crap, and then you can play that Ice Block and you can stay next turn.
If he misplayed and accidentally hits somebody else with the Fireball, so that's academic. 3-0 for Ari. Ari is one of the most impressive players in this group coming through. I'd say he beat Colento on his way here, and he's looking like a force to be reckoned with in this game. And as you saw there, the nice notification saying, "Just wait, we'll connect you to the next game automatically." Thank you, Blizzard, for this wonderful patch to spectator mode, which is going to make all of our lives a little bit easier. But yeah, an impressive performance for Ari, and Posma maybe not performing as well as he could have done, but I'm not sure what else he could have done against that freeze mage.
Yeah, it's just a series of unfortunate draws in that Hunter game. And that first game was pretty highly contested as well. Probably the closest game. I mean, it seemed like he was really close to winning in the Hunter game, but double ice block and Alexstrasza, there was really no way, even though he got him down to 1. But yeah, that first game ended up being really important, really highly contested, and we took it out and just kind of steamrolled from there.
Okay, well, we're going to go pretty much straight into our next game, and our next game is going to be Firebat versus Posmywam. The clash of probably the two best recognizable names in this group, and that's going to be very interesting. So we're just going to get that queued up for you on the screen. So we change the graphics. There we go. Oh, look at that slick transition.
Wow.
There's Firebat in that wonderful pose. And these players are pretty much ready. So let's go ahead and look at the class screen, and then we can get the bands coming in for you here, and we'll compare these two lineups. I think we just need a second to get that class screen ready. Obviously, swapping out the Firebat's classes and Ari's classes. But we do have the lineups for you, just as a reminder. Obviously, we saw the Warlock, Paladin, and Hunter of Posmywam there. His mage as well. And Firebat, we saw the mech mage, we saw his druid, and we saw his hunter, I think.
Yeah, he definitely had hunter. Yeah,
I think it was his.
So he played all of his. Yeah, he played
Yeah.
all. So he had hunter, he had mage, and he had shaman. And then the ones
Druid
that
and
got
rogue.
banned were druid and what did you say
Rogue.
the other one just now? Rogue. That's right. Okay. So yeah, 3 aggro plus 3 aggro-y kind of decks plus a couple of kind of bursty decks coming from Firebat, and from let's see, from Posmywam we had mage hunter. So the warlock being pretty much control-y. Did not see his mage, I believe. Yeah, we didn't see the mage. Paladin, your standard paladin, pretty more or less standard. Face hunter and druid. So, given that we had face hunter, and I mean, if Firebat saw that match, I think he might want to ban out that face hunter.
Yeah, I would definitely think so.
Although we can look at it. What would face hunter be good against in Firebat's lineup? Be good against the druid, most likely. It would be probably good against the rogue, unless the rogue has a decent amount of healing in it. Okay, so that visual makes it easier to think about instead of just going off the top of my head. But yeah, actually, surprisingly, face hunter and normal hunter, they kind of go 50-50 against each other. You'd think that the faster one would win, but sometimes it just doesn't have the right start to the game. And probably good against shaman and reasonable against mage as well. So yeah, I think although mage can have fast starts and kind of deal with it, so it's kind of like it's up in the air, but could be something that we see from Firebat as a ban. And we have seen ban druid in the past because that is a pretty scary class. So yeah, but what do you think would be smart to ban from these two players?
I do think banning at the face hunter would be smart. I'm also, I guess, but like we say, both these players have shown all three of their classes out of their 5. So you don't really know what Firebat's bringing in the shaman. I wouldn't be surprised to see that banned again as well.
Yeah. All right. So it looks like we have that first ban in. Let's see. Okay. So Firebat.
Yep. So Firebat's druid has been banned, and Posmywam's hunter has been banned. So yeah. So Posmywam's face hunter is going to be banned straight away. And we talked druid already today. It's a class with a lot of good matchups. It's always going to be a sensible ban. It's never a ban that you're going to raise an eyebrow at, really.
Yeah, definitely. And Firebat saw that face hunter and just like, nope, not gonna deal with it. I think he's probably going to end up banning out the druid as well. But although potentially the mage, I think he banned mage last game or last series as well. So actually, coming from from Firebat, he could ban anything other than this Warlock, I believe. Although it could be a Warlock too, because it's kind of something he probably doesn't have a ton of experience playing against as well. It's just not as common. It looks okay with the second ban, and okay, the mage, yeah. Doesn't want to deal with that mage, especially because he figured that his rogue had a good chance of getting banned out. Alright, so we have Shaman, Hunter, Druid against Druid, Warlock, Paladin. Alright, Callum.
Yeah, so we have the Shaman, Hunter, Mage versus Druid, Warlock, and Paladin.
Oh, sorry, Mage. I'm sorry. I got mixed up.
So we've got the completely different classes on either side here, and that's going to be interesting. So looking at this lineup, we are going to see Firebat Shaman hopefully for the first. Maybe see a little bit more of that Warlock deck from Posma Wham. Druid always feels like a solid opening, and I guess if you're Firebat, you maybe look at a Mech Mage perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, Druid, like you said, Druid is typically a solid opening because it's just so. I mean, it's kind of like middle of the road. It can deal with a lot of things, but Hunter and Mage are both good against it, and so is. Although I guess in this instance, it kind of just dies to a lot of the stuff. So you could throw it out there as kind of like a sacrificial deck / test the waters deck. It's like, okay, let's see what you come up with first, and I'll just counter it later. In that sense, it's kind of you can kind of see that Firebat got the better on these bans because he basically has a dead deck, or more or less dead.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these lineups shake out. Obviously, these two are playing for survival at this point, both having lost their first game. The loser of this game is definitely going to be going out.
Yep. So a lot of pressure here. Probably more pressure on Posma. Firebat has played in this situation a lot, and
he's had some time to recover from his first game as well, Firebat. While we're waiting for these players to get a little bit ready, we're going to go ahead and show you that Firebat interview again in case many of you didn't see that when we first started. So we're going to just give you a quick interview with Firebat here before we get into this game.
I'm Firebat. I play for Team Archon. I won a few major tournaments, including BlizzCon World Championship. But overall, pretty casual Hearthstone player.
Why don't you say that? So, about BlizzCon, how does it feel being BlizzCon champ, and has it changed your life in any way?
Feels pretty good. Got money in the bank and stuff. But how has it changed my life? I moved into a team house. So now I live with the team. It's been different. It's been very different. It's a lot different than a normal job, but it's still a job, and you still have responsibilities. So definitely. It's not all fun and games.
So about moving into actual team house, since not many people in the world, especially for Hearthstone, has the option to do that right now. Do you think that actually improved your game in any way?
I definitely play a lot more, and it's improved my streaming a lot. Being able to live with other streamers and just actively discuss streaming and have teammates come on your stream and all of that sort of stuff is really helpful for learning how to be a better streamer and streaming more often, just being more motivated to stream, which is really important in any online game because that's how people know who you are, is if you're streaming and you're out there on the scene.
Cool. So in your HearthStats group, there's Dale, CZ, Airy, and Posma Wham. Most of these players are lesser known, but who do you think is the most threatening one?
I think Ari is the most threatening one. He's in my playtest group of people that I playtest with regularly. So, yeah. Wow. It's going to be kind of interesting. The other two I've actually never heard of, but yeah, I play with Ari all the time.
Last question. If you were a Hearthstone card, what card would you be?
If I was a Hearthstone card, I'd be Doomguard. Because not only does it have dashingly good looks, it absolutely crushes the opponent almost every time.
Awesome. Awesome response. Well, it's great talking to you, Firebat, and good luck in the league.
Thanks.
Okay, so that was Firebat, and we're going to be bringing you into that game as soon as we can. We're just waiting for these guys to get set up. Obviously, Pause is just coming out of the game. But how much of an impact do you think that plays into Posmo Wam? He's just been swept 3-0 in a tournament, and he's going to have to go straight into a game against the world champion, whereas Firebat has had a little time to rebound from his loss and maybe not get too salty about it and calm himself down if he was.
It kind of depends on how much Paz has, how much pressure Paz has put on himself to win this tournament, essentially, because maybe he thinks like this is my one chance to show myself to everyone, and it's my one chance to like rise in the rankings and or at least in the public perception, and maybe get invited to future tournaments. So it really depends on that. I mean, if he kind of came into this tournament with an open mind and think like, okay, I'll just do my best and see what happens, then he could just play normally going into this, especially because he got beaten by Freeze Mage, which we've already seen that Firebat's not running. So it's like there's really no carryover as far as strategy, or like I played bad because, or I played so bad against Freeze Mage. What am I gonna do now? He's probably not. I don't think he has to face Freeze Mage again today. So
Probably not.
yeah.
Well, until he plays Ari, potentially.
Maybe in the future.
But he possibly will ban that out, but since seeing how powerful that deck's been. So we're going to take you into that game now. Firebat versus Pause My One. Game 1 coming up right now.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1. Group C. Firebat versus Pause My Wham.
Okay, so slight technical issue there. We're just going to fix that, and that'll take just a couple of seconds as we get these players ready. What were the? Sorry, I missed what the classes were there. What we saw in the opening.
It was Paladin versus Hunter.
Yeah, so we have the Paladin of Pause versus the Hunter of Firebat.
Yep, and that's it's a relatively even matchup. Slight advantage to Paladin there. Kind of depends on what kind of what did we see from Firebat? We didn't see much of a face Hunter, if I remember correctly.
No, it was kind of a mid-rangey Hunter. I think it was based on the sort of Dark Star. Is it the Death Star version?
I'm not. I gotta admit, I'm not super familiar with Death Star's version, but I mean, we didn't actually see that many cards out of it because he was just trying to go all in against the handlock, and it was just kind of like, well, the handlock got Molten Giants and then was able to finish out the game. So we didn't. I mean, I don't think we even saw a kill command, which is what he needed to win the game. But actually, I do remember the last card he got before he died was Pilot Shredder. I think we're going back in the game right now.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so I think we have a little bit of an issue with Firebat's hand here, but we can see that he's on the Hunter. We can see the Paladin hand of Cosmo is it started reasonably well. He does have the Eldor Peacekeeper as a nice tempo player, especially if he gets a juggle into it. He does.
Wow.
That's really, really good there. It's an excellent trade.
So immediately taking control of this board, and definitely feeling much better about this start than he did against the Freeze Mage just one game ago. Oh, and the kill command coming out, that's so painful to see. I mean, I guess the good thing for Firebat is a pretty weak hand. Okay, more technical difficulties.
Okay, yeah, we're just trying to get Firebat's spectator modes set up properly. We can see that it was a pretty good start for the Paladin. We couldn't see what was in the hand for the Hunter, so we will wait and see what options he's going to have.
It had to have been pretty bad, or at least pretty expensive as far as mana goes, because he used a kill command to kill out an Elder Peacekeeper, which is not the most comfortable place to be in as a Hunter.
No, you definitely wanted to save those for bigger threats, or indeed finishing the game, but using them so quickly does indicate, as you say, a little bit of desperation, a little bit lack of options.
Yeah, and not only was he not close to being able to kill his opponent, which is, even if you're playing mid-range Hunter, you're trying to get a little bit of snowball going and kind of but not only was he not getting that going, but he was taking a lot of damage himself. Even though we saw Pause reaching for that zombie chow. So with no healing in the hunter deck, he's probably a lot of pressure.
Okay, so we have the Loatheb there, and we do have the hand of Firebat now. So we see a Sludge Belcher and Abusive, and we've got 2 Loathebs there.
So the board cleared.
Yeah.
Wow. Interesting.
Something happened.
I'm guessing it was a Knife Juggler. What's it called? Unleash the Hounds, because we saw Consecrate come out on turn 5, as you can see on the left side of the screen. So yeah, probably it was Knife Juggler, Unleash the Hounds with some crazy knives, because he was able to clear the board somehow, and on top of that, okay, so he called it Consecrate coming up here. So he was able to clear the board, and Bosman felt like he had to use Consecrate, so probably some crazy knives, and yeah. Really turn around the game with that. I mean, that's what I'm guessing, but I can't really see any other situation. Played some crazy, like, explosive? No, because then you wouldn't play Consecration, so that's pretty much the only thing that he could have done.
So the quality does come down the Loatheb, like you said. It's looking very difficult. Neither of them have built up a huge amount of cards by this point in the game. The Paladin does have the Lay on Hands, which could be pretty useful.
That's pretty huge, and in the hand of Firebat, it's just kind of a lot of nothing. And he's actually thinking about hitting the face here, because he's thinking like, well, if I don't hit face now, when am I ever going to kill him? You know, so actually plays both of his minions and not getting the value out of that abusive sergeant, and he goes face. So yeah, let's see what Bosman elects to do here. Okay, so he's gonna go for the defense so that he doesn't get hit in the face with that weapon again, which is pretty smart, because he now and he's gonna go face with that Loatheb.
Quality Loatheb, which feels like a pretty terrible play at this point. It's being left alive, but there wasn't usually really a huge amount of options. I'm going to see the kill command coming down, that second kill command. And there is a Sludge Belcher. Can't quite see the mana of Firebat. We need to shift our overlay down a little bit. But
so I remember that Pause had the coin, so he has mana right now. No, he has 9 mana. Yeah, he has 9 mana. So he can... Okay, he gets the Maxna out of that. So I'm pretty sure he can play that Maxna. Yeah, there we go.
Max's gonna do work.
Yep. He is getting low on health though, so that's an issue. He's wondering whether he should hit that with his face, or hit the Knife Juggler with the Abusive Sergeant, or... Actually, he could hit either one, I suppose. Yeah, he's gonna hit that one. Yeah, so... This is actually an interesting game, because that Max that causes all sorts of problems for anything that Pause can put on the board. On the other hand, Pause does have the Lay on Hands for that sustain. Ooh, misses the knife. That's actually pretty big, because he could have taken that out right now. So yeah, he has card draw plus a way to heal up with that Lay on Hand, which is pretty crucial. Alright, so even though he gets that Savannah Hyman, which it would be reasonable, and in most of the situations, he's gonna have to just slow that Sludge Belcher, otherwise he's gonna die.
Yep, my ex not doing a huge amount of work there on the Knife Juggler, but this Lay on Hands is gonna be pretty horrible.
Yeah.
You think you go for the Lay on Hands here?
You can't not play the Lay on Hands. And there's another Shoe Silver, there's a Shade, there's Shield Mini Bot's good. Alright, he's gonna go ahead and kill out this first half, which is kind of painful to do. It's always painful when that happens, which it seems to happen a lot. Going with the Shoe Silver, like having to hit a Shoe Silver and the front half of Shredder into the Sludge Belcher and a Dr. Boom.
Well, that's a pretty good draw.
Very good draw.
But
that
it's
will
not
to get
gonna be enough.
A lot of damage in.
It's not gonna be. Is that gonna be enough? He's one off.
That Harrison Jones a bit late.
Yeah, the Satcha getting quite close here with that Dr. Boom on the board. I guess you just go face if you pause here.
Well, you definitely don't hit the Doctor Boom.
No, don't hit the Doctor Boom. That's a bad idea.
That would not be good. Okay, so it's gonna go maximize damage rather than play the Shade. I think the Shade might have been better. Because you need to draw a taunt here, otherwise. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. If he gets... So he would need perfect bots. He needs to hit the face. I guess he could get some extra damage. Because, I mean, so... But you still need to get perfect bots. Yeah, he needs to hit the bots into the... Right? Yeah, he needs to get perfect bots. That's not it. Okay, so that's gonna be game for Posmo.
So Posmo is going to go up to a 1-0 lead here against Firebat.
Oh, sorry.
The wrong Skype window there. That's the wonders of live broadcasting, ladies and gentlemen. But Posmo going up to a 1-0 lead, gets off the board for the first time in this tournament, gets a game in against Firebat, and Firebat's going to have to rebound here. What do you reckon would be his best option against the Paladin? I think it's the Shaman and the Rogue that are left up.
Yeah,
I mean, the
so
Shaman and the Mage, isn't it?
The Mage, is that correct?
I can't remember. Maybe we can see that screen.
We need the screen. We rely on that screen.
Yeah, you need to show us the screen. Thank you. Mage.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Mage. See, I was right.
I'm sorry.
Mage.
So
Shaman.
Go Mage Shaman. Shaman's pretty aggro as well. So all right, we're going to see what we've chosen. Let's go to the gamer now.
For Doomhammer, I will fight with honor.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1. Group C. Firebat versus Pause My Wham.
Okay, so we see the Shaman here, and we don't see any of the mechs here, so I'm not sure if this is going to be the mech Shaman that Firebat has been kind of trying out. It could just be a kind of standard mid-rangey Shaman.
Yeah, we do see that that Manatee Totem. We see the Lightning Storm as well, which is sometimes omitted in that mech Shaman. So yeah, it's interesting to see how this goes. That Lightning Storm is pretty crucial if we ever see some sort of muster for battle shenanigans, or just any shenanigans from the Paladin as far as getting guys out. And we see the power of the Zombie Chow able to trade with the Shielded Minibot, despite Minibot being a very, very good class card. Alright, so what are we going to go here for here?
I think it's going to be possibly a coin. Can't quite top.
Okay, Manatee Totem. So he had the option of going for either Feral Spirit or Manatee Totem. Goes for the Manatee Totem. Interesting that he doesn't ping off that shield. I think I would have, because this is the only way to kill the Manatee Totem, right?
Yeah,
and if he pings off the shield, then he can't kill the Zombie Chow, and then the Zombie Chow can just kill the Minibot.
There we go. So we can now see the mana on the top there and there. Asketh, and we shall deliver.
Okay. Likely going to see. Well, maybe not. Maybe we're not going to see Lightning Storm. But if we don't see Lightning Storm, then we're probably going to see Feral Spirit, which isn't the best. I guess it's reasonable. But if we see Feral Spirit right now, he can't Lightning Storm next turn. So, and he kind of needs a Lightning Storm at some point because we see a Quartermaster in hand.
Yeah, as I say, he does need to Lightning Storm at some point in Quartermaster. Going to turn 5, he is going to go with the Lightning Storm now. And obviously trade with the Minibot most likely. Or is he just going to go face?
I don't know if I like this, because it's just going to get healed up anyway. And also this Nitro can just kill it. Or, I mean... I guess he's figuring he's going to get one more damage in if he gets face. Okay, so... Yeah, okay, so he gets 1 damage in. By hitting face, he got 1 damage in.
And there goes the heal, so things are kind of reset there a little bit.
Congratulations, Firebat, on your 1 damage. Anyway, now he's down to 2 mana. Probably just gonna see Totem Pass. No, he's probably gonna see Rockbiter. Or Totem Pass, whichever.
Yeah. Totem Pass, standard, solid play, solid play.
Do we see the Loatheb or the
Quartermaster? You got to consider the Elder Peacekeeper on the totem.
And buff it. Buff.
Yeah. Well, not really, just kind of not affect it. So, yep.
No, I think it does. I'm pretty sure it goes to one attack. If you use Eldor on it.
Oh, if you change it to one attack, yeah, that would be a buff, wouldn't it? Yeah, I was thinking it was like Shrink. I was confusing it with the Shrinkmeister.
Oh.
My bad.
No, don't worry about it. It's okay. But actually, if you think about that in those terms, like Eldor is so much better than Shrinkmeister. It makes everything go to 1, even if it's like huge and it's permanent. But I guess Shrinkmeister, you get to use those crazy priest combos.
Turn 6 Sylvanas, that's not a bad pickup. But he's gonna go for a Knife Juggler here. I guess the Eldor Peacekeeper gonna come down?
I mean, that's...
Oh, he's not gonna bother.
Yeah, hero power. So 75% chance of hitting that.
Oh, yeah, there it goes. The Novice Engineer had to get off the Pilot Shredder. And Posmo Wham in the ascendancy here. Strongbone board. There is a Lightning Storm in hand and a Rock Batter which could clear this board. But also, Firebat needs to start getting back into this at some point.
Yeah, looking pretty bad for him right now. I think well, why is he toting first? I could definitely go for the Rock Batter then. He could have maybe gone a little bit greedy and gone Lightning Storm and then Pharaoh Spirit, which completely locks him out of, or locks him pretty hard the next turn. But it still would have allowed him to play as Harvest Golem. So he's gonna have 5 mana next turn, which is a little bit awkward. I think I would have liked to see that double overload.
Now, what do you go for here? Do you look at the Sylvanas, or do you maybe do what I think he's doing, which is the Hero Power Quartermaster? It does feel, sometimes kind of bad to only buff 1, but when you're getting the board advantage like this, it can be pretty important.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to just kind of snowball, or try to get as much tempo as possible. I was a little bit surprised he didn't play Sylvanas 2 turns ago, which would have made it really hard to deal with, considering that there was already a 5/5 on the board. Getting 2 5/5s, like Shaman, the only way you can deal with that is if he, plays 2 separate removable pieces, which is, I mean, it allows you to keep initiative, right? So, in any case, he gets to throw the shade down, knowing that there's no more Lightning Storms to worry about, and that's pretty huge. Just, not just the fact that he doesn't have it, but that he knows he doesn't have it, so that he can just play without fear, just play freely.
There's going to be an Earth Shot coming down as well to Silverhand Recruit. And these boards are starting to get a little bit bigger now. Maybe the Doctor Boom does always help with that. It fills up the board pretty well.
That is lethal, correct? Unless the Boom hunts at something. But, oh, the Eldor's gone. Bye-bye, Eldor. Is it still lethal?
So there's 5 plus 4 is 9. Yeah, that's exactly lethal.
5 plus 4 confirmed 9 here, guys.
5 plus 4 equals 9. It took me a little bit longer than it should. But hey, at least I calculated it properly, unlike someone else.
Hey, well, I calculated this game properly. I was just waiting for you to do it.
Okay. I see how
I can do 5 plus 4. I can't do, what was it? I can't do 3 plus 3 plus 4 plus 4 plus 4 plus 4 plus 2 minus
it's not
5
how complicated
minus
math
2.
was.
I can do 5 plus 4. Minus 3. Plus
Firebat is 2-0 down here. Pause My Wham is rallying back. And Firebat is going to have to reverse all kill with his Mech Mage here in order to survive. Otherwise, Firebat could be crashing out of what on paper looked like the easiest group for him to get through from.
Yeah, it was Firebat and a bunch of, at least among the public, a bunch of no-names. Obviously, we know that these players are very strong, and we're seeing it right now. Firebat, the world champion, could be out of this group with this next game. There could be some crazy, but we're getting into the game right now.
Okay, so we're going to get into the game, and it's going to be Firebat on the Mage against Pause My Wham on the Paladin.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1. Group C. Pause My Wham versus Firebat.
Okay, so we do see the Mech Warper in hand for Firebat. A Tinker Time, but not the greatest start. Blast Mage and Fireball. Oh, there is a Clockwork Gnome. That's certainly helping things. And we're going to see, yep, the free Clockwork Gnome on turn 2. It's the play that many a player hates.
It's beautiful. So wait, what if we can kind of talk about the remaining classes for Pause, right? So he has what?
Druid and Warlock.
This Druid and Warlock. Okay, so Firebat definitely has a chance to come back because Mech Mage is good against Druid, and it's, I mean, there's lots of removal in that Warlock deck, but you know, Mech Mage can always just snowball out of control if you don't see any Hellfires. So definitely can come back here. This game is pretty crucial. He's gonna stealth this guy. Interesting. Not gonna go for that Tinker Tongue Technician.
No, he ults for that instead, and I guess he's looking at Blast Mage to kill off these 1/1s.
Going for the better, the better battle cry.
That's actually could be even more crucial. You can really probably hope. Do you kill one of the 1/1s here with the Mech Warper before you play Blast Mage to increase your chances of killing the Shade? Yeah, that is what he's going to do. So here comes the Blast Mage. And it kills the Shade! That's so important. Clears the board!
Right away, dude. Doesn't waste any time. He just like boom, 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 snipes all 3 and it's like, oh, I guess there's nothing else on the board. Oh, I guess I can go.
Perfect distribution. My. Wonderful.
Blast Mage, I swear, they coded something into the game where Blast Mage hits the perfect target every time. Like when I play with Blast Mage, it always hits the perfect target. When I'm playing against Blast Mage, it always hits the perfect target for them.
I think part of that is that there are very rarely bad targets.
That's true. You're not gonna play it into a board with 3, 8 health mages or something. But yeah, since you always play it, it's always played in a good, or is very likely played into a good situation because there's many good situations for it to. But yeah, that is part of the step.
What do you think about not killing the Blast Mage here?
He could take more damage in the long run potentially, by doing, or not in the long run, but in the very short run, like this next turn. But in the long run, it can prevent some crazy snowballing on the board. And he doesn't have any sort of consecrate in hand quite yet, so
well, there's a Knife Juggler. You could try and get the 1 in 4. He's not going to bother. He's going to kill it off there. True Silver into the 4/4, and really reset this board and stop. Oh, he's thinking about killing the Mech Warper. No, he's going to go ahead with the 4/4. That's always really deceptive when True Silver comes up because it pauses. You can never quite tell. Well, is it going that way? Oh, it swerved at the last second. But Mech Warper being alive does allow him to get this second Tinkertown off, and I guess you could be Mad Scientist Coghammer, Cogmaster.
I can fix anything.
I should say Coghammer more often because that's another of Twitch chat's favorites. Long and hard, Coghammer. It's I say play to your audience. Play to your audience.
Yep. So definitely correct to go face here, even though he had a good trade on that 2/2, because there's really not a whole lot of reason. Although, yeah, now he gets to get a little bit of a good, or a little bit less damage in the face, but ends up being the same in the end because he would have. Well, yeah, he takes the 2, but he took the 2 earlier anyway. Yeah, even in this worst case scenario, he ends up doing the same amount of damage. But yeah, that Consecrate was... Did he just top deck that? I think he just top decked that. Yeah, it was a pretty huge draw. Definitely changed the dynamic of this game. And that's a pretty horrible draw on the side of Firebat.
Yeah,
could have used that Frostbolt last turn to prevent any sort of attacking.
This is the problem that you get into with Mech Mage that we saw with Firebat the last time. He's going to have to use the Frostbolt on the Knife Juggler. He is still barely ahead on board, but that Lay on Hands is coming in just one more turn. I'm an
And yes,
anti-heal bot as well.
Yeah, anti-heal bot in the meantime as well. So
Anti-heal bot, hero power, lay on hands next turn. Does give the 3/3 over, but that's not going to make a huge amount of difference.
yeah, this is looking really bad for Firebat.
Could we see the world champion crash out of this tournament at the first stage?
Looking like it, especially if he goes on 0-3 here, because even if we have some sort of crazy 1-2 tie, might be. Looks like we might have a DDoS. Is that we're hearing? That's what we're hearing from our producer.
We'll see.
DDoS
Well, we'll stay with
on
it
the
as long
side
as
of
we can.
Pause. This is one of those situations where we might have to give the game to
Firebat.
Pause. Or to pause.
Well,
Pause.
it's so difficult. It does, I guess.
I mean, he has such.
Okay,
has
so
basically one
it
card.
looks like Pazmo has got either some connection issues or there's some sort of DDoS problem. We'll wait and see if that solves itself. But this could give Firebat a little bit of a reprieve here. Obviously, generally tournament rules would state that Firebat would get the win here if it was a disconnect.
That's true.
Yeah, it's difficult because those sorts of rules are in place because if you're losing, you could just disconnect and then get a replay. But Pause isn't losing; he's in the ascendancy, so it makes no sense for him to sabotage himself to try and get a replay of this game or anything. But this could well work out well for Firebat.
Yeah, when I mentioned that he would get the win, I would say like if we were to say like determine based on who is winning, you know, who would get the win. That's what I was thinking of. But yeah, since it's Pause who's getting right now, I guess we'd have to like give him the loss. But that would be extremely unfortunate because
it does look like we've got his cam back now. Oh, okay. So we're gonna jump back on here just while we try and get this sorted. We did have some issues with this in the Challengers League as well. It was very unfortunate. We ended up having to cut a number of games short and play them off stream, which is, you know, you guys don't want that, we don't want that. But at the end of the day, we took that decision the last time to preserve the integrity of the tournament. I guess this is the problem with doing it live. You know, but these are the issues that you run into.
DDoSers.
Yeah.
Why you do this to Pause yeah, but to be perfect, I mean, it's just really, really crappy of them to do this. If it is in fact DDoS, and as much as you guys love Firebat, you can't just, you know, ruin some other person's chance at, you know, at publicity and or slash, you know, recognition just because you like a player. Not a good thing to do, guys. I just shake my finger at you.
If you're watching, we hate you, and I hope at some point something bad involving the internet happens to you.
Especially involving the internet. I hope you get DDoS out of everything in life.
Yeah, so we're gonna just jump off here and try and get this sorted. We'll be with you back as soon as we can in just a couple of minutes to figure out what's going on. Obviously, if Pazmo can't come back into that game, then Firebat will get the win in that game, and it will go to 2-1, and then we'll pause the series until we can get Pazmo back, if we can get Pazmo back, and then we'll bring that to you. So we'll come back with an update as soon as we can. Yeah, you need screen share. We don't have screen share. Okay.
Oh.
Oh.
Hello.
Greetings. We're back. So obviously, Posmo had some DDoS issues with that last game. Firebat obviously acknowledging he was 2-0 down and he was probably heading towards losing that series. He's agreed he has forfeit the series to Posmo. He didn't want to take a win like that. So Firebat is actually out of the tournament. And we're going to go into Dale versus Ari, which is the other game that was playing while we were watching this. It's currently at 1-1. And this is actually a very important game with both of these guys having won their first game.
Yeah, so that means whoever wins this is definitely out with Firebat going on to actually maybe not. So it could go 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. So it's not guaranteed.
Okay, so Ari's playing the rogue and Dale is on the priest, and this game's already pretty far advanced. Pretty nice board there on the top, but still pretty high health for both, so still very much all to play for.
Yeah, so traditionally, a very good matchup for rogue, but at the moment, up against a pretty difficult board to deal with at the moment. And having the sap with Dr. Boom is not what you typically want to be doing in this situation. Actually a little bit. Wait, could he have cleared the board with Tinker's Oil? He could have gone. He already had his dagger up, right? Because he went 2, 4, 3. Yeah, so he definitely had all of his mana to do that 9 mana play there, with the dagger up as well. So he could have gone Deadly Poison. He could have gone Deadly, Tinker's Oil, and Blade Flurry, but he's gonna save that, and I guess it makes sense because it's kind of an expensive clear.
Yeah, the Van Cleef coming down, and obviously the Dr. Boom coming back. We saw Sap Dr. Boom earlier in the week. It's always kind of an odd play because you just end up with a board full of boombots.
Yeah, this is actually the problem with making that Van Cleef a little bit big. He might have been better to play it second so that he gets the 4/4, which is a little bit more difficult to deal with. Since there's not many things in the rogue that can be deathed anyway. But so usually but the last time we saw Dr. Boom get a sap though, it was just kind of a really desperate situation, whereas this is a little bit more tactical. He's just looking for a better spot to use his Blade Flurry. And he found it.
Yep, so he's looking for the Deadly Poison Blade Flurry here. He was thinking about maybe prepping into it.
Yeah, no real need to. You can use that prep later, and the prep is really good for. Okay, so
that's pretty good.
He's pretty happy about that, not killing his Azure Drake. But yeah, although we do have a Fan of Ice on the side of wait, who's the priest again?
It's it's Dale on the priest, isn't it, or is it? Yeah, it's Dale on the priest and Ari on the bottom, so we can't quite see the names at the sides. Yeah, so Dale's on the top on the priest and Ari on the bottom on the rogue.
Okay, so after all said and done, it's actually, I mean, I think I give the advantage to the priest here, even though this is a tough matchup typically. Wow, just power shields for days.
That's so annoying, isn't it? Because it means that you can draw so many cards off these North Shires.
Exactly. Who's the miracle now, right? But yeah, that prep can be used pretty well to get to guarantee that you get that Tinker's Oil with the buff on your minion. So let's see what we're gonna have here.
Well, we're gonna see, I think, the Harrison Jones come down. And a clear.
We're gonna see the SA7. Nope, no SA7. Interesting. So this is one of the better things you can actually take with Vol'jin here. Actually, if we think about it, he could have just cleared off. He could have taken the Van Cleef's health earlier and just Holy Nova. I think he had both those cards in hand earlier, didn't he?
Which card? Sorry.
The Holy Nova and the Vol'jin when the 6/6 Van Cleef was played. I think.
I think he did. Yeah, those cards have been in his hand. He may have drawn the Vol'jin slightly after.
Okay, well, in any case, this is probably one of the bigger things he can Vol'jin. I guess Boom might also be in this deck, but it'd be a nice tempo play to just get out to just take that 4 health right now, and then just Holy Nova, because Holy Nova, let's be honest, doesn't do a whole lot against Rogue.
No, that's true. That's yeah, that does seem like a very good play there.
I mean, you have mind control as well, so if you ever see a Dr. Boom, you can just mind control it. Like, I guess you could just mind control this now, so that you can just clear the... Oh.
He's going to go for a heal to draw a card. I guess the animations are queued, but we'll see what he gets. Gets Circle, Okanai, and Circle?
Really?
No. Just Okanai.
I don't like that play. Like, at all. I guess he just doesn't want to use his Holy Nova so frivolously.
Not quite what was planned.
Yeah, he's saying right now Nightcall is not quite his plan. He's just maybe, I mean, he might have run out of time. Maybe he wanted to circle, but he ran out of time. And now we're gonna see this this Sharp Soul get full damage in. Is that lethal? That is lethal.
Yep, that's gonna be
This guy's
pretty huge blunder on the part of
Dale.
He was definitely in the driver's seat. He could have avoided all of this nonsense by just killing that Harrison off. That's painful to see.
Yep, so we do have, it does say Firebat versus Plasma, but we are watching Dale versus Ari right now. Oh, that's certainly an overlay. We can admire these lovely flame graphics. So that's the Priest of Dale down. He does have the Warlock and the Warrior left. The Warlock, which we know from earlier, is a handlock. So this is a pretty important game. Whichever, position to, if they were to win this, which is, it's effectively the winner's match of the group.
Yeah, that's what it is so far. So is it 2-1 in favor of Avery at the moment?
2-1 in favor of Dale. No, sorry, Ari. Yes, sorry, Ari.
Okay. Dale's last deck is Warrior.
It's the Warrior. So the Warlock has already been... So we jumped into this at 1-1, so we're not sure what the first decks were, but we know that the Rogue is still up for Ari, and we know that the Warlock is already down for Dale.
Okay, so on the bright side for Dale, this is a very good matchup. The Warrior versus the Rogue, because you can just armor up so much, and you can actually put your own pressure on, because you have time to get your bigger minions up and start really dealing damage to that Rogue, because Rogue just kind of likes to remove stuff and then eventually get some damage in. But looking at Avery's hand, this is very interesting, because he has a lot of actual just minion. He's going for a much more minion based composition here. Attacking face, that aggro coming out of Dale.
He does like the aggro, clearly, but the Deadly Poison, pretty good answer to the Acolyte of Pain early on.
Yeah, this you essentially, I mean, you kind of just want to keep that in your hand so that you can, or in your opening hand, so you can deal with acolytes like that. Wow, we see all of the low cost minions coming out of Dale. It's really nice for him.
Yep, 2 Fiery War Axes as well, so he's just going to be clearing for days. It's going to be a Violet Teacher here. Nothing to coin into, so it's just going to be out on its own right now. But that actually could end badly. The Violet Teacher could get taken out here.
Yeah, that executes a pretty key draw right now. I think part of the reason why he hit with the fireworks as well is that he saw that Harrison Jones might be something that comes up. He might as well get the damage in, but yeah, I'm guessing we're just gonna see an execute right here. I guess you could go for the shield slam, but execute's just so much more clean, right? Okay, so while we're waiting, I mean, I don't know. It's you could go for a whole bunch of things here. 5 mana, and I mean the Taskmaster execute is just mana efficient, right? You go for the Taskmaster and to execute, you armor up, feeling good, lots of armor left. but apparently must choose.
Speak to me.
Gonna go for cards here. I'm confused. What? What?
The shield slam.
Wow.
Sure? That was an error.
That was an error.
What happened to... Did Dale get replaced by like a rank 15 player? This
is not the Dale that I remember from beating Firebat.
Yeah, exactly. We saw Dale play very well against Firebat today. What? What's happening?
What is
Dale,
happening?
Who kidnapped Dale and replaced him? Like, you DDoSers, what did you do this time? Did you kidnap Dale?
I am ready to learn.
This is wow.
This is a very advanced form of DDoSing here. He's not just kicked him off and replaced him.
Exactly. Oh wow. Yeah. So, Aerie in the driver's seat right now. All minions, which is actually what you do want to see as a rogue. You don't want to see. Oh, he has one spell, but that's the ratio you want to see. You want to see all these minions and just like keep. You don't want to have to like just frivolously use spells to clear stuff. Just keep getting that pressure on. So yeah, turn after turn after turn, just gonna be able to get some work done here.
So we do have these two violent apprentices. I said violent apprentices there. I don't know if they're particularly violent. I haven't checked. That wasn't what I meant to say.
They are the most violent apprentices.
They're very violent. Well, the apprentices can get very violent. That's the problem of the Tinker Sharp Sword Oil. It can really radicalize these apprentices. They become very dangerous. So you got to be careful.
Oh my god! Yeah, 4-1 apprentices. I mean, might as well call them one-eyed cheats, right?
That's pretty huge, right? He has the Eviscerate or Backstab Fanner Knives to clear this 5-5.
Yeah, he can actually go Backstab Fan and Cleave to get a 6-6 on the board.
So many options.
But we do know that there is a Spellbreaker in the deck of Dale that we saw earlier. So it might be a little bit risky to go for that, but I mean at the very least he can just put a Shredder on the board instead. Yeah, it looks like he's going to go for the more stable play of Shredder, get the guaranteed solid minion down. So despite the crazy not shield slam from before, Dale's not in the worst spot because he does have a lot of healing. He has that rag that's like the bane of rogue resistance. He's still a pretty high life total. We see a standard 3-2 coming out of that Shredder, which is like, it's like a gentleman's agreement. Normal things to come out of the Shredder. It's like no one got lucky. Aerie's happy with it, and
whoa, there's a rag.
There's a rag. Yeah, I was kind of expecting that. And he goes face. That's really painful for Dale. You don't want him hitting face right now. But yeah, like I said, anyway, I was going all along about the gentleman's agreement, but it's kind of fun to think about. It's like both players are kind of like, I'll take it.
And he is able to trade to get rid of this rag pretty effectively.
Interesting that he goes for the trade instead of just flooding the board, because you can't really use Brawl in that instance. But I guess sometimes you can just clear parts of the board and give rag a good trade. So he's gonna just go ahead and clear, have any sort of sustain for his rag. Alright.
The execute coming down on the Violet Teacher this time. Got it right.
Yeah, didn't try to play the execute first because you're not allowed to. They don't let you. The game doesn't let you play execute when there's no damaged enemies on the board. Alright, Sap is a pretty useless card right now. Pretty bad to sap something that can heal your opponent so much. Oh, he's gonna actually do it. Really?
Okay.
But I don't know why though.
I don't know what's going on in this game.
I don't. You could just there's other things to sap like Alex Straza. Like,
yeah, I guess he wanted a Van Cleef, but
why?
but why?
I mean, you're just giving your opponent more armor. I mean, I guess, kind of, sort of, because I mean, you get the 6/6 on the board anyway, but you could have gotten. I think there's other ways to get the 6 on the board.
I have no time.
No, maybe not, because he had a Blade Flurry, but yeah, now there's a Sylvanas. Okay, well, it's still a good position for Aerie. I don't know if I agree with it. I guess it's reasonable. It is a pretty expensive minion. Maybe he knows better than I do.
So he does have a lot of minions on the board here, and he's going to play the Lotheb and try and just lock out this game here.
Yeah, he might have. Does he need to take the Van Cleave, or is he? And he's dead. Oh, I mean, he at least has the Sludge Buster, so there's that. Yeah, so he's gonna go ahead and kill this Lotheb off to see what he gets first. All of the minions are good.
Oh, gets the
best
Van
one.
Cleave. That's nice.
And what does he do after this? He can. He already saw a sap, but that might make him wary because of the fact that he was using his Shield Maiden. But then again, you would have no. I guess you wouldn't sap the reg. So like he's a little bit afraid of using But I mean, it was a little bit risky to put this Sludge Buster down because it might have been the second sap because of the way it was used earlier. But yeah. Okay, so do we have lethal here? Deadly Poison, hit, Flurry. He can actually he can't really dagger and then Flurry again. And then how much damage is that?
So he has 12 plus 3.
He's 2 off.
Yeah, he's 2 off. But he has another Blade Flurry, so he can, as long as there's not a taunt up, he could push through next turn. But
I might trade actually.
I was going to say, do you trade here with your Shredder? Master Swordsmith, yeah.
Give me steel. Give me that steel.
That steel.
Or let me steal. We actually can't hear the sounds, guys, so I'm just guessing here. But all right. So what can you do to
Bring
survive?
Me Steel, actually.
Bring me steel. Sorry, I'm like.
Bring me steel. Like
sorry,
that.
Bring me.
That's what he says.
Bring me steel. You just told me what it is, and I've already forgotten. Anyway, what do we have here? How can he survive? He does have the Shield Maiden. You could try. Okay, so he's at 6. He's facing down 9, 10, at least 11 on the board if you include the hero power. So he can get up to 13 if you include the armor. But that Blade Flurry would do him in because all spell damage. Do you just go for the Death Bite and then no, that would be guaranteed lethal. Yeah, so he can't actually it would be, I mean, by guarantee I mean lethal on board. So he can't actually Death Bite and Shield Maiden. So he has to Shield Maiden, which means he should be slamming right now. Just to see what he can draw potentially. Because Execute is more damage off the board than the hero power would heal you up.
Well, there is the Shield Maiden. Is he going to go for the...
He has to slam. I mean, why wouldn't you slam? You slam first, actually.
So he's going to slam.
And he's roping. Oh, this isn't good.
Armorsmith, not going to help him anyway.
And that's going to be game.
That's going to be it. So that's going to be Ari taking the victory there. It's going to be 3-1 for him. And so that's going to be the series. So the Blade Flurry comes in with double spell power. It's one of those plays we've all made at rank 15 that we forget that Blade Flurry works with spell power. We've all been there. But so that's going to be Ari going up 2-0 with the group. Posmoyam is at 1-1. Dale is at 1-1 as well. In fact, so there are 2 more games left to play today, which are Fire, Ari, and Dale versus Posmoyam. I guess so we're figuring this out obviously because of the issues that we had. We just need to figure out what game we're going to try and bring you next. But all these guys are still fighting for these top places.
Yeah, I think Aerie is... I mean, looking at the math, Aerie is guaranteed to get out of the group, even with Posmoyam wins like 3-0 or something, because he's already up to 6-1 at the moment.
Yeah, he's beaten both Posmoyam and Dale, so it looks like Ari is going to be going through from the group. Obviously, the positioning is all important for the quarterfinal as well.
Yeah, so getting on first or getting on second is important. So who is capable of knocking Avery out of the first place spot? We have Pause My Wham on 1-1. It's kind of a negative score because he's no. He's actually exactly 2-3. And we have Dale, who is what we're looking at for Dale. We had Dale defeat Firebird 3-2, but then lose 3. So he's actually a little bit of a negative score at was that 5 and 8? 4 and 5. Yeah, so he's at 4 and 5. So if anyone's gonna catch Avery, it's gonna be Pause My Wham, and then Avery would have to lose pretty badly to Firebat, and Pause My Wham would have to basically destroy Dale. So yeah, Avery definitely the driver's seat. All he has to do is like win one game.
I think so.
He just has to win one game. He has to lose Firebat 1-3. I think he ends up in first place. If I'm doing my math correctly.
We should never try and do these maths. We tried to do them yesterday. And we made ourselves look like idiots. So we're going to go to a very quick break, and then we'll figure out what we're doing, and we'll come back and let you know what we're going to be bringing you next of the last 2 games of the day. Okay, so we've done some quick maths, and the Ari Firebat game isn't exactly relevant to how the groups end up. Ari is going to finish on top of the group no matter what. So Firebat's conceded that game 0-3. So Ari goes through as the group winner, and we're going to bring you the deciding game from Group C. It's going to be Pause My Wham versus Dale, and it's going to be coming up in just a couple of minutes if we get things set up. Okay, so here we are. We're going to bring you the Group C decider between Pause My Wham and Dale. And D2, at the start of the day, we talked about how Firebat was the on-paper favorite, and we saw upset one with ECOP, but we've seen the world champion Firebat crash out of this group with 3 relative unknowns, and now with Ari going through 3-0, it's up to Pause My Wham and Dale to fight it out for the second spot in Group C.
Yeah, I mean, although we kind of predicted Firebat to get out of the group, and we got that little. But we did say that Ari was one of the stronger players, and he did his part to make us look smart. So congrats to Ari getting out of the group. We tried to do the math before we ended things, and it turned out we were correct. There's no way he cannot get out of the group.
And there's no way he won't top the group because he's beaten. If it was to be a 3-way tie, he would have beaten both players, so would be on top anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So we have it's basically like GSL style, if you guys are familiar with or I guess the groups at World Champions were the same thing too. So we have the winners play play each other and lose for each other, and the winner and the loser of those end up playing each other. So we have Pause Wham versus Dale. Winner moves on, loser is out. It's exciting. Hopefully the real Dale has been restored. We saw, after seeing some very good play from him against Firebat, kind of had some pretty ugly misplays in the last series. So hopefully we get some very high quality play. We've definitely seen it out of both of them earlier today. Let's look at these decks.
So this is, I think, the first time we've seen Warlock versus Warlock in this whole tournament so far.
Is not quite. Maybe, I don't know. I can't remember.
But we only saw. Well, I guess we didn't see Dark Onyx and Alchemist on. Did we see that on stream yesterday?
We did, but they banned each other's, or one of them banned the Warlock, I think. Oh yeah, Dark Onyx kept getting his Warlock banned. The only Warlock time he got to play Warlock was off stream, and we were very sad about it.
Yes.
Apparently had Twisting Nether in it. So.
Oh Well, I guess he's not playing further on, so we don't have to worry about revealing cards. It was a fun deck, and I'm gutted I didn't get to see it.
So sad.
So Dale
they are different Warlocks though.
Pause.
One of them, one of them's the kind of handlock E, but has demon stuff in it, which is the Pause My Wham one, and Dale's just playing a straight up handlock. So a little bit different.
So what do we have here? We have Hunter, Druid, Warlock, Paladin, and Mage for Pause, and we have Mage, Hunter, Warlock, Priest, and Warlock for Dale. What would you predict as the bands coming out of here?
The Warrior on the side of Dale caused a bunch of problems for Pause. Except for the Druid, which could get banned. So if the Druid gets banned out by Dale, then Warrior could be an issue. So that could be something that could be targeted. Obviously, Druid is always something that could be targeted for a ban because of its versatility and it's strong against a bunch of matches. But it is a little bit weak against Mage and Hunter. So, that could be it could be ignored. Just maybe we just rely on your Mage and your Hunter to do the trick against it. Priest is another thing where that could be, effective. It does decently well against Mage, decently well against Hunter, but it does fall flat against Warlock, particularly Handlock. All right, so we got the first ban in, and it's going to be the Hunter, Pawsman banned out, and Dale's Warrior gets banned out. So I figured that might be the case because Warrior is solid against the decks of
Pause.
Pause.
And the Face Hunter.
And-
Well, who wants to deal with Face Hunter, really?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was correct. It was a Face Hunter. So yeah, don't want to deal with that Face Hunter, particularly if the Warrior gets banned out. So solid bans by both players. I don't think anyone gets a particular advantage out of this. It's not like one person. I mean, obviously with 4 classes left, it's a lot of variation still remaining. But yeah, I don't think either one gained a huge advantage. Just solid ban right there. Okay, second ban is coming up.
What do we got? It is the Druid and the Warlock of Dale. So the Handlock is down, and the Druid of Pause is down. So we have Mage, Hunter, and Priest for Dale, and the Warlock, Paladin, Mage for Pause My Wham.
Okay. So Mage, even. Although you can't really say it's even, I guess. So because of what they're facing, one side's facing a kind of a control-ish Warlock, and a Paladin, which is somewhat weak against. So Dale's Mage is going to be somewhat weak. What was we had Hunter for Dale. So the Mage, both of the mages are going to be somewhat weak. Maybe Dale's a little bit weaker. Paladin will be decent, and so will the Priest. Although it might. Okay, what was the biggest thing in the Warlock that we saw?
The biggest thing in the Warlock of Pause.
Yeah.
Well,
Jaraxxus?
Yeah, well, so it had the Kel'Thuzad, the Mistress of Pain was really the only thing we saw.
Right.
And we didn't see any giants.
But we did see Kel'Thuzad.
Yeah.
Kel'Thuzad could get mind controlled. The thing is, okay, so I think if Pawsmam's Warlock survives to get Jaraxxus down, the game could just be over because as Priest can't burst him down fast enough, and then those 6/6s just keep flooding the board, and he's eventually going to just outvalue the Priest with the hero powers. So it ends up being similar to Handlock, where there's too much stuff for Priest to deal with if he gets that Jaraxxus out. And I think he might even keep Jaraxxus open his hand if that ends up being the case. So the fact that that's all to say that the impact classes, Pawsman has one more essentially, because Priest can do some work, but it probably just falls short against the Warlock, whereas on Pawsman's side, like Warlock and Paladin can do a lot of work.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how these lineups are going to match up. Obviously, we saw the Priest of Dale definitely do some work. It'd be interesting to see how the mages match up as well. Did we see Paws's mage earlier on?
Don't think so. I think it got banned both times. I know Firebat banned it. We played against Aerie, and I think Aerie banned it as well. I remember correctly, yeah, because we never saw a freeze mage against a different mage. So yeah, we've never seen Pawsman's mage. And yeah, we haven't talked about the fact that it could be something other than mech mage, but yeah, typically it's kind of interesting because usually mech mage something that's a little bit scary, so people ban it out. But we're seeing both mages. But ironically, it's not the scariest thing, at least relative to the other classes, given the matchups.
Yeah, absolutely. So get into this match just now and see what these guys bring. Obviously, we have seen Pawsman's Paladin do some work. We saw it win those 2 games against Firebat. As you know, we did say Paladin was potentially a weak class in the lineup, but it certainly showed its strength so far today.
Yeah, as long as you can get Rogue out of the way, it can really shine as a really solid class. And the nice thing about it is it can win in so many matchups. Handlock and Rogue basically being its worst matchups, and not a whole lot of people are being Handlock anyway. In fact, that's probably why in the first place, because a handlock can really do work against a lot of the decks in the Pause My Wham's lineup.
Okay, so we're just, as I say, waiting for this to get to.
Yep.
Yep.
What do you think they're going to start with?
I don't know. I think Mage is always a solid opening. I would Pause is obviously very happy with his Warlock. He opened with it in one of the other previous series, I think, that we cast. So you may well go for that. The Priest of Dale has done a lot of work, but I think possibly we'll see maybe the mid-range Hunter of Dale, because I think that's quite strong against really whatever can be thrown at. Particularly if this Warlock is kind of more mid-rangey.
Yeah. Yeah, looking, and so that seems reasonable. As for Pause this side, I think Paladin is probably most solid opener, because Warlock you really want to beat the Priest with it, and potentially the Mage as well, whereas it could just die to that Hunter. Those Hellfires don't do a whole lot, or I mean they do, but they hurt you as well, so you could be they're not always the best board clear. And Paladin, it's just, I mean, as for, I don't know what the Mage is, but if it's Mech Mage, it could run into some trouble. And so Paladin just solid against everything. It's not going to be completely out of the game. So we're going to go to the game, see what those opening decks are right now.
With honor.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1. Group C. Pause My Wham versus Dale CZ.
Okay, so we do see the Paladin of Pause My Wham. We did say he was feeling pretty good about his Paladin, so he is opening with that. And as I predicted, the Hunter for Dale is coming down.
Yeah, we are really good at this, Callum. I just want to pat ourselves on the back for a moment. You predicted Hunter, I predicted Paladin. They pick Hunter and Paladin. Just want to point out those to our viewers.
Good team, good team.
Good team, good effort, guys.
We'll just ignore how badly we got it on Monday.
Exactly, we're getting better.
We're improving.
That's all that matters, right?
That is. It's good to improve.
Exactly. So yeah, we have the Knife Juggler, no answer, which sucks. Fortunately, there's no follow-up other than just Freezing Trap, and I guess he could just go. He could go double one drop, which is I think it's probably his best move here. 75% chance to kill that little dude off. Oh, gotta rely on the 50-50 now. Doesn't get it. Doesn't get it. That's pretty painful. Really wanted this to kill that 1/1 off. And now we're gonna have Mustard that can kill off this Knife Juggler. It's taking a lot of damage, but you see, sorry, who's the Paladin again? Pause My Wham, right?
Pause My Wham. Yeah, he's on the Paladin.
Sorry, we can't see the left side of the screen, guys. So yeah, Pause My Wham taking control of the board here.
Muster of Battle is a very, very strong card. The Acolyte of Pain, the Abusive Sergeant, and the Leper Gnome, obviously, on the other side. But the Paladin's pretty low on health here. You can see the skill command in giant image in there, because our producer has moused over it accidentally. Just to remind you that the skill command is in the hand.
Yeah, so
you could in fact say he has a skill com hand. I'm just practicing for Friday. I'm casting with Nimsh. I need to get used to it.
Well, that means that I should be saying the crappy parts that
this
you
is true.
Get used to cringing. You need to get used to cringing and moving on.
The king of the dad joke.
Yeah. So even though we saw some pretty unlucky juggles and all of that, we're down to 10 health. It's pretty bad. Guessing we're just gonna see. Can't face take this. Yeah, so it's probably just gonna go face here, and then Lothab, and then just prevent damage. But then, on the other hand, there is not a whole lot for Dale here to do. Okay, his Freezing Trap is good. He's probably, I guess he's just gonna Freezing Trap. Hero Power, which doesn't pick anything up with this top deck.
He's getting very low on health though, but obviously the Loatheb is going to keep him pretty much
yeah,
alive.
Yeah, I mean, he can't freezing trap, obviously. Okay, so probably just gonna knife juggler and hero power. I mean, even though it trades poorly against Lothib, it's just pressure and it's preventing him. It's preventing 5 damage to the face. It's like this is 2 holy fire, right? Or what's it called? The holy light. Holy light, just 2 damage, heal for 5. Yeah, actually, we're gonna see the concentrate just because he needs to get damage in like right now if he has any chance of.
Well, the shielded mini bot coming down, and the final swing of the Light's Justice, full value from the tiny hammer, and
yeah, he wants to be able to use the true silver next turn. So
he's 1 off lethal here.
1 damage off lethal. 5, 6. Are you sure?
Sorry, no, yeah, because he can do Unleash the Hounds and Kill Command, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so he has 7 damage.
Yeah, I can't count 5 plus 2. I'm sorry. He could do that. Yeah, he's probably gonna do that anyway. Just because it's the most damage he can do right now, and I mean, Savannah Hyman just not enough. And if there's a taunt that goes up next turn, it just causes all sorts of problems. Get the damage in now. He has to have healing, or else he's dead, and that's not healing, and he's dead.
And he's dead. So that's going to be game number 1, going over to Dale. And the Paladin of Pause, which did him so well, which served him so well against the world champion, is going to be knocked out in game number 1. So pretty standard game for the Hunter. It was as can happen with Hunter. It just completely snowballed. Got really good start. And what was that? Turn 7 kill? Well, turn 6 technically, but turn 7 it would have been killed.
Yeah, turn 6 force him to concede. Good enough.
Good enough. So we have the Warlock and the Mage for Pause. If the Mage, how does Mech Mage stack up against Hunter? That's a good question.
I mean, obviously it depends a lot on the start for the Mech Mage, but the fact that we don't have Undertaker anymore means that Mech Mage has a lot better chance of getting that good start against the Hunter, because Hunter doesn't have as many options to really combat the starts that Mage can get. And actually, we don't really know what kind of Mages is, so that obviously affects the decision a lot. All right, so back into the game.
Okay, so we have the Warlock here.
HearthStats Champions League Season 1. Group C. Pause My Wham versus Dale CZ.
Okay, so Pause is going back to his Warlock deck here, which is a deck that he favors. And then we see Demon Heart there, which we didn't see in the previous games.
Yeah, so it's not super surprising. We still don't know what his mage looks like, but this is a deck that has a lot of removal, and we do see that NT Kill Bot, which we didn't see earlier, and we also see Mind Control Tech, which is pretty huge, to maybe combat some of the flooding of the board that we could see later. Unfortunately, Angry Chicken came up that web spinner, which is not what you want to see.
Mortal Coil onto the Angry Chicken. The Angry Chicken will have to wait another day for his time to shine. And it's going to be just an early Zombie Chow here. Zombie Chow, another card. I don't know if we saw that. I don't know if we saw it played. We maybe saw it come out. But that's kind of unfortunate for Dale here that he gets the Huffer, because it's just going to trade with the Zombie Chow.
Yeah, did not want that Huffer, even though he gets the 4 damage in. And we're probably going to see a trade, and then Twilight Drake, not really afraid for his life total, quite yet, still in the 20s. And yeah, he always has time later to play that Heal Bot or the Earthen Ring. Really kind of a bad spot for Dale here. In fact, what do you even do? You just unleash the hounds for 1 hound and then Hunter's Mark? Power?
I don't know. The hounds play feels really weak, but I guess you got to get the you can't let the board snowball here with that Twilight Drake.
Well, I mean, wait to do it next turn, but then you want to high main, so
I think
sure.
this is okay.
Pretty painful. I mean, Warlock gets to draw cards with its hero power, and you are getting 2 for 1. So, yeah. Pretty easy turn throwing that anti-heal bot down. Everything else is all the other 3/3s cost less. So put the more expensive one down, get its full value out of it. So right about now, yeah, he's thinking about Demon Hearting so he can Big Game Hunter, but he doesn't actually have the mana to do that. Actually, I don't even know. Can you Demon Heart your opponent's minion?
I can ease.
Yeah, you can. It does 5 damage.
Oh, just 5 damage. I'm getting mixed up with the other.
It's the same as Demon Fire.
Okay, I'm getting totally mixed up with that. And Wisps, the Wisp one. Whispers.
Golden Whispers.
Is it called Golden Whispers?
Dark Whispers. Sure? Dark Whispers.
Dark Whispers.
That's...
I am getting my cards mixed up, guys. I'm sorry. Demon Heart's is not we see all the time. I guess it's getting a little bit more popular. These demon decks, but yeah. So what was originally a bad start from Dale, we are now seeing, you know, the power of having the high main.
Hello.
Yeah, that's really good.
And 6 healing as well. We talked about power overwhelming. Demon Heart. That's just insane.
Yeah, it's permanent too.
I've got the beast
Yep, and it's not going to die like it would with power overwhelming.
Yep. So I was about to talk about how, you know, Dale had a bad start, and then okay, well, he's recovered because high maintenance Dr. Boom is really, really good, but just kidding. Just kidding. We're at 28 health and hit the board lead for Plasma.
The abuse is help. And Pause is going to be right back up to full health here thanks to the Mistress of Pain.
Yeah.
That demon heart healed him for what, like, how much did he heal for on that?
Well, 8 because he couldn't heal for any more.
Yeah.
He couldn't heal for any more because he's already at full health. It's a little bit unfortunate. Yeah, so Dale's got a lot of Dale's got a lot of work to do to get Possible M down.
And there's an implosion in hand, which we could see here. That would be a great way to get.
Going to see Hellfire.
You're gonna go for the Hellfire. I like implosion. We're probably just gonna see the Earthen Ring. And there's a Core Hound. Hello. I mean, the Big Game Hunter is already gone. But implosion would deal with it, I think. Hopefully, unless it rolls. If it rolls 2, that's gonna be fine.
No, but he's gonna take out.
Oh, he's gonna take it out. Oh, okay. I guess
that's actually hard because 9 damage is a lot of damage. Implosion, Shadow Flame your. Get 4 on the imp, Implosion, and then Shadow Flame your imp.
I guess that's the play.
Can't Shadow Flame your Sylvanas.
No.
Not enough mana.
I have no time for.
Is he just gonna play the Sylvanas and ignore it? He's gonna put the MC Tech as well.
Yeah, you need some board control right now. You can't rely on. You can't just be like, oh, maybe he might have 4 minions in the future. You can't take that chance. You're just gonna have to get some board presence.
Yeah.
Especially if that Sylvanas gets silenced. If that Sylvanas gets silenced, then yeah, he's in a lot of trouble. He needs to find a way to deal with this.
There's a freezing trap, and I guess that's going to be procced by the MC Tech.
He's at 9 health. He's at 30 like 2 seconds ago. That Core Hound.
That Core Hound. Game-changing Core Hound, everybody. Bet you've never heard that before in a tournament.
I mean, it can do work sometimes. He's got to kill this Core Hound, I think. You can't take that chance. Yeah, you can't take the chance that he has Owl and you just die. So, Cult Master, that's a very nice card actually in this situation. It's like Unleash the Hounds, except or the old Unleash the Buzzer, way more expensive, and you don't get the cards right away.
Well, the Twilight Drake and the Sludge Belchers are pretty certainly going to slow the attack, but Pause is very much on lock here, as you always are against Hunter. He's just gonna draw cards here off Unleash the Hounds.
Yeah, you have to. There's no unless you just want to play Creeper and pass. Yeah. I think I might start hero powering, like, unless he draws Jiraxis soon. I guess, yeah, I guess the Animal Companion is reasonable just to contest the board a bit, but do you tap? Can you tap? I think you just Dark Bomb Implosion here, or Implosion Dark Bomb.
So
big order.
I guess you. It's so difficult. He's gonna implosion. He's gonna implosion the 5/2 and then trade. So obviously Dark Bomb's only 3 damage. He didn't want to take the risk on the implosion, and he was correct because it only rolled for 3. He would have needed to roll 4.
Have we seen both Unleashes? We have seen both Unleashes.
Yeah,
Why
we've
not
seen
just
both
play
Unleash.
the Might Control type?
I guess hoping something like this happens and there'll be spider tokens.
Oh my god.
Damn spider tokens.
There's no way to know.
Antique
that.
heal bot. That's what was
there's
needed.
We didn't see any heal bots when he played against the Freeze Mage, which is like, now that this has happened, that's really unlucky that he lost to Ares Freeze Mage with 2 heal bots in the deck.
Yeah, we didn't see either of those come.
And we didn't even see, and we could have seen Demon Heart on the Mistress of Pain as well. Like, wow, that's pretty unlucky. And he ended up getting 3-0'd by that. So that, yeah, interesting. Okay, so what do we do here? Ooh, and the kill command comes out. What do you have? Okay, he would have been at 7. Yeah, that would have been lethal. Oh my god, the top decks. Like the top deck before the top deck. That's pretty insane. If he hadn't drawn that heal bot, he would have been dead. Well, assuming that the universe would have acted in the same fashion, given that kill command. But can he survive?
I'm not sure.
He needs to kill command one of the minions, I believe. I mean, to even just survive on board. Wait, yeah, he needs to kill command just to survive on board. He needs to kill command one of the minions. And he's gonna kill off this slime. It's gonna be 3, 4, 5, 6, and that's gonna be game.
Yep, so that's gonna be it. And this game's gonna go over to pause. It was a very back and forth game.
Yeah, extremely timely heal, but I guess that just negates the bad luck of Dale getting that Core Hound, and on top of that, possibly not having any answers to deal with it. So, luck went back and forth. Decent play by both players as well.
Absolutely.
And in the end, Osman takes it down, ties the series 1-1.
So we have the Mage, and what other deck is it for Dale that's still up?
I don't know. Don't ask me.
We need the screen.
My
we need our
brain
screen.
is
I wrote it down, but I've written down Hunter, Mage, and Dale. And I don't think Dale is Dale's third class. So
Dale, bring out your Dale.
There we go. Priest.
Priest, that's right.
That's it.
So
game is starting.
Oh, he brings out the Priest. Oh,
HearthStats Champions League Season 1. Group C. Pause My Wham versus Dale CZ.
Okay, so we do see the Priest of Dale coming out. I guess let's just call that the Dale from now on. So the Dale for Dale.
The Dale comes up.
And it's a pretty solid choice, I guess. Playing the Dale if you're Dale.
How much does Dale look like? How much does Dale look like Anduin?
Not at all. So,
they're both white. I mean, all white people look alike, right?
Oh, really?
What?
We're doing this?
I'm joking.
Oh no.
I think this is a really poor choice. I mean, you can't deal with the Twilight Drakes, and he has Jiraxis. What are you gonna do? Like, I poor choice on the part of Dale here.
If the mage is a mech mage, is how much of a better choice is that?
Much better.
Much,
I think
much better.
I think he's like a 70-30 underdog here. I think it's that much of a difference. And then like mech mage would have been 50-50. No, actually mech mage is a little bit underdog too because of all the removal and all the healing.
Did we see 2 antique killbots in the last game?
Yes, we did. So
yeah, so between 2 antiques, an Earthen Ring, and Mistress of Pain.
Yeah, so I guess mech mage is a bit of an underdog as well, but I think this is even just because of Jiraxis and these which are harder for priests to deal with than the giants of the handlock. Yeah.
So how does the Warlock deal with this 1/5 Northshire cleric? We talked in the last game about the Shadow Word, the Power Word shields on the Northshire clerics just being so important and so hard to deal with.
Well, he could go Twilight Drake into Mortal Coil the turn afterward. It kind of screws up his next turn after that with the Sludge Belcher, but I mean, if he so chooses, that could be what he does.
So we see another Twilight Drake.
He could also just kill off the Dark Oldest and be like, screw it, draw cards, I don't care.
Considering this isn't handlock and he doesn't have Mountain Giants to draw into, Posmamam's drawn into like a turn 4 Twilight Drake. I think every game we've seen this deck.
He's really good at Hearthstone.
He's really good at Hearthstone. So Blademaster Circle coming in with the card draw from the Northshire.
I'm surprised he didn't draw 2 more cards with that. He could have run the Northshire Cleric into the Twilight Drake and drawn 2 more cards. And only sacrifice 1 damage to the face.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But considering he screwed up the Shield Sun play earlier,
nothing surprises you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like he's probably not on his game at the moment. He's playing well against Firebat, but yeah, he's probably not quite on it. Not really on his game.
How does this feel as a Vol'jin play, getting up to 8 health and then trading the Dark Cultist to get a buff on one of your 2 giant health minions?
Pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Appealing.
The spirits be rest.
Golgin.
And there's no owls in this deck, or there's 1 owl.
Okay, again, trading with the Idriblade Master, is that to me that seems like a really that seems like because you saw them
trying to keep everything alive.
Deck already.
Yeah, but there's only 3, so it's still okay.
I don't know.
Oh, there's a rag. That changes a lot. That changes this matchup a lot, and especially because he's already used his Siphon Soul.
That's at least a little bit of burst.
Completely wrong. Maybe this was the correct choice, especially if it goes this way. But I mean, it did go pretty much perfectly. He got Northshire Cleric into Dark Cultist, or Northshire Cleric with into Dark Cultist into Blademaster Circle. So yeah, I can't really get much better than that.
Well, full hand for Posmo Wham here, but he is down to 13 health. He does have a Sludge Belcher, so that's going to clear things up. And I think we might see the Mistress of Pain come down here as well if we see the Belcher.
Yeah, most likely. Just to fill out your curve in getting minions on the board, and tapping's not the best idea here either. So, I mean, if you tap, you actually overdraw, even if you play a minion first. I mean, next turn you overdraw. So tapping's pretty much out of the question. You play 3 cards and tap, which is
your pain.
So we do see the Mistress of Pain coming down with the Sludge Belcher. Belcher for the other side as well. That could be very important. Are we going to see a... Yep, so we're going to see a Cabal in the Mistress of Pain here.
Yeah, it's less that it's good for the priest and more that it's...
Bad for the Warlock.
Yeah, but he needs to be really careful and not attack with that while this Soul Priest up, or else he just loses the game.
Yes! Oh my god!
It sets off a chain reaction where it hurts the opponent, which hurts yourself, but then by hurting yourself, you hurt yourself again, so you just hurt yourself until you die. So you need to be careful not to do that.
Oh my god.
You need to really be careful not to do that.
Please don't steal the Vicious Pain back. I want to see it happen. And no disrespect to Dale. No malice
You're
towards
so
Dale.
sadistic.
But oh my god. If we saw it. No!
No.
Oh.
That's also the worst thing he could have gotten too. So
Yeah. That's the worst thing for him, and it's the worst thing for the entertainment of the non-paying public.
yeah. It's also something that he could win off of that too. So it's like it's bad for him in a couple ways. I'm not sure why he just doesn't play it.
He's at 30 health. It's not like it's going to really help him.
Yeah. No, I need to. I can't help get damage. I guess maybe he's afraid of like getting it caballed and then the turn later like Arcanine nonsense.
Is that that's lethal?
Yeah, that's lethal.
Yeah, because he has the Arcanine hero power. It's Smite. Oh well, we don't. Versus a pain interaction in a tournament as nice as it be. Whatever. Dale is going to go up 2-1 here, and Paz is going to have to go to his mage for the first time we've seen in this tournament. We've not seen it yet, and we're going to see, I believe it is a mech mage. It's going to have to take out the priest, and then it's going to have to take out the mage of Dale. Did we see Dale's mage already?
I don't think we have.
I
don't think we've seen either of the mages.
Well, okay. Well, hopefully we get to see Dale's mage because there's something interesting in that deck. So, we have the Mage of Posmoam, as we say, which is a mech mage, going up against the Control Priest, and then the Mage of Dale, which it'd be very interesting to see those two mages go up against each other. Hopefully, fingers crossed. But how does the mage stack up against?
Not very well. Although I did, say last game that the Warlock would have a really good time against the Priest, but that didn't work out so well. But it was pretty unfortunate. I think we can all agree that it was a nice series of draws for Dale that game. But yeah, definitely well played. Okay, we're getting the game now.
The light shall bring victory.
You asked for
Dale CZ. HearthStats Champions League Season 1. Group C. Pause My Wham versus Dale CZ.
So it is the Mech Mage, as we said, and that's a pretty good opening for the Mech Mage, D2.
We also see the Smite, so it's not too bad for the Priest either. Yeah, it's just basically how many answers the Priest has at this point. It's like how many answers can you deal into? That's half of a combo. He has the Blade Master Circle combo, but I think we've seen him make the mistake of not holding on to that before. I think you just want to hold on, because if you get the Arcanine, then you just win the game.
Mech Warper, coin Mech Warper, here we go.
Oh my god.
Where do you stand, D2, on the Mech Warper nerf discussion?
Nah, I don't think it needs to be nerfed.
Really?
Because if you clear, it only exists at the moment. The only really valid mech deck that's consistently doing well is Mage, which doesn't have a way to draw itself cards with the hero power, and so you flood the board, you lose the game. So
I guess, but I just feel like the fact that any deck can play on turn 2 Mech Warper, Coin, Mech Warper, Annoyatron, Snow Chugger. I'm just not sure that should be allowed.
But every single deck has or not every single deck, but most decks have a Dream start, and you can't nerf all the Dream starts. Undertaker was in a situation where all you had to do was just get Death Metals, which are really good cards to begin, really good minions to begin with, and there's so you put a ton of them in your deck, which is really easy to get some ridiculous Undertaker start that like broke the game, and getting to Mech-Warpers is a little bit more difficult.
Well, that is a 410 injured Blade Master thanks to the Dark Cultist. But this board with the Mech Yeti, always good to get him. And the Tinkertown Technician is looking pretty scary. Could see, yeah, Pyromancer would be good here. And we could see this up to a 3-4 and a 4-12, because that's going to kill off 2 of the minions there. And then he can trade into the Mech Yeti. So actually, this is going pretty well for Dale here.
Yeah, this is what can happen if you get, combos like this. Yeah, clears most of the board. Has board control. Anytime the priest can get board control this early on, it's not looking good for the mage. So,
well, there's an Annoyatron. That's okay, I guess, but
kind of, sort of. What are we looking at? Just double whirling blaze to take out the.
That doesn't feel good at all, does it?
I mean, he knows he has a spare part, so he can definitely use this Pyromancer to do some work. So yeah, he's thinking about just taking out that Pyromancer right now.
What to do? What to do?
Yeah, that's definitely what he's considering. It looks like he's going to go for it. As I say, this is a crucial game. If Dale wins this, he's going through to the quarterfinals on Friday.
Oh, he's gonna go for that. I mean, I guess he's going for the versatility of having, like, I don't know if I agree with using both or using one of each, because it's like, it seems like you're being more versatile this way because you're using both, but you're basically just left with one of one regardless, and the other card is just better straight up. Yeah, this is looking pretty bad for Bosmer here.
He draws the Vol'jin, but that's not really going to help him. Does have a Sludge Belcher.
I mean, Bosmer could just win with just hero power from here on out. Like, he could just infinitely just trade. You just trade well, hero power your own guys, and he would win the game. Like, that's how bad it is right now. In fact, why is he even... Oh, he's just gonna give him but then he's gonna give him healing. Oh, he's gonna kill it first. Okay, he's gonna kill it first, and he's gonna heal.
Do apologize, a little issue there with the Frostbolt and the cards. I think it's some little gremlins with the new Spectator mode patch. People mousing over things either on our side or on the player side can create these issues with overlays and things. So, but there's the Ragnaros.
I think insult to injury, or injury to injury, or insult to insult. One of those
Let's
things.
see what comes off the Shredder. This could change everything. It's a ship's cannon. Well, if Posmo Wham has some secret pirates.
Yeah, this game could not be more over. He doesn't even have any spare parts to give Antonidas.
Nope. It's pretty grim for Posmo Wham. And this priest is going to get some work done.
Yeah, we've said it before. Priest is a pretty face its worst, matchups.
And that goes to face. That's going to make things very difficult.
It literally doesn't matter what it went to. It's just like face. Oh, kill the main. Oh, good. Go face. Oh, good. We might even see like a troll Vol'jin taking Rags. Anything's possible here. He's got this game locked up.
Yep, so this looks like it's going to be Dale who's going to advance second place in Group C to Saturday's quarterfinals. And while this game's wrapping up here, we'll see if there's anything interesting happening, but it's pretty much a formality at this point. Wanted just before, because I know everyone likes to rush away as soon as all the games finish. Tomorrow we have an absolutely incredible group starting at 1 p.m. EST. We're going to have a Maz, Sixo, RDU, and one of our qualifiers, My Settings, which is what I'm going to call him, but it's Mice Tings is his real name. I called him My Settings all through the last tournament. So the games we're going to be bringing you, we're going to bring you Amaz versus Sixo, RDU versus Meistings, Amaz versus RDU, reigniting that rivalry. Obviously, Amaz versus Sixo, the Archon clash as well, and then Sixo versus RDU. So you don't want to miss those matches. That's going to be the best games you're going to see anywhere tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a really sick lineup. Really looking forward to casting that. Hopefully, you don't see a Shield Slam with no armor that tomorrow.
That's hopefully that would be.
I'm sorry, that was mean. I shouldn't have said that.
That was pretty awful, to be fair. I think the friendly ribbing for that is entirely deserved.
Okay, I like Dale. He's a nice guy. And I don't know. I guess he making me look, but no, he doesn't. I mean, I lost. It didn't. References actually is that Dale made a blunder before, and the other reference is that he defeated me earlier to get here. So
yeah, I mean, he really had the last laugh, didn't he? Because he won.
Yeah, exactly.
There's Low Walker chill. Talk about maximum insult to injury here.
Give him the Shadow Madness.
This isn't quite lethal even.
If I'm Boswell at this point, I'm just like, why are you taking so long with your turn? The rope actually came out. Like, I have no cards in hand, buddy. I have no cards in hand. Why you make me suffer? Yeah, that's gonna be concede.
And that's going to be it. So Dale is going to win this series 3-1 over Poswell. Commiserations to him. Played very well against Firebat, but he is going to drop out of the group at this stage. And it's going to be Ari and Dale, who, if you pick two players that you hadn't heard of going into this group, it was Ari and Dale. And Ari in particular played very, very well, was very impressed with him, and I'm looking forward to seeing him. In the same way, I'm looking forward to seeing Phone Tap again, who was a player who really impressed us on Monday. We're seeing these open qualifier players really, really impressing. So Ari and Dale are going to join. Let me just check who went through. It was Gara and Alchemist from Group B, and Dart and Phone Tap from Group A. As I said, tomorrow we do have Group D coming up for you. Amaz, 6-0 RDU in my settings. We're going to be kicking off at 1 p.m. EST with Amaz versus 6-0. And then we're going to do RDU versus Meistings. We're going to have the Amaz RDU rivalry reignited on HearthStats. I'm super excited for that one. That was the rivalry of the summer last year. Those two went back and forth on Gosu Gamers. They went back and forth in DreamHack Summer, IEM Shenzhen. Those guys were really, really at the top of their game, and they're both looking back to get back to those heights again. And 6-0, if you obviously heard of 6-0 at this point, he's on Team Archon. He's a very accomplished player, very accomplished ladder player. He played in our Challengers League and went 15-0 in games in the Challengers League. He didn't drop a game at all. I mean, that's just crazy. In what? Yeah, that's 6 different matches?
It's pretty insane, and I definitely think he's the favorite going into tomorrow's groupings.
You think he's the favorite even over Amaz and RDU?
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of people love Maz. I think people sometimes recognize that Maz can be. I mean, he's a little busy running Archon, and
he's not exactly 100% focused on being a pro player at this point. He's a streamer. He's a team owner. He's running a team house. I don't blame him for maybe not spending 10 hours a day practicing like some pros definitely do.
Yeah, and I think the public recognizes that, and so they may think RDU or 6-0, but many people think like, oh, RDU, I've heard of him before. He's won these tournaments. Maybe he's the favorite, but I think among people who have like kind of not inside information, but people who have been paying attention a bit, I think 6-0 is the clear favorite. Just the way he's been playing, his results lately. RDU hasn't had quite the results as 6-0 has, or recently.
I'm interested to see RDU though, because he's obviously in a new team situation now, having left MIM. He's with Tice, Lothar, and Life Coach on the Helam. So I know the MIM situation wasn't the best if you're on their League of Legends team. I can't imagine it was much fun if you were on their Hearthstone team as well. So being in a much more friendly team situation run by Lothar, those guys are practicing quite a lot together. I know they're working very, very hard to be one of the top European teams. And having a guy like Life Coach around, he just oozes wisdom. So for a young man like RDU, I'm sure that's very helpful. So that's going to be tomorrow at 1 p.m. But just to recap, Dale will taking our final series 3-1 over Pause My Wham, and Dale and Ari advance to Friday's quarterfinals. Now, so I did say that we were going to be here at 1 p.m. tomorrow for Group D. And all the information's at league.hearthstats.net. On Friday, we're going to be here at 5 p.m. AST for the quarterfinals, and Saturday it's going to be 5 p.m. again. And I'm going to be joined not by D2 for Friday and Saturday. I'm going to be joined by Nimsh, the team captain of Cloud9. He's going to be casting with me those 2 days. So that is all for today. We will see you tomorrow for what is the most stacked group lineup we've had in this tournament so far. Thank you very much for watching.